all the brothers and the sisters cooling out, having fun, drinking yan with
that who always can't pay you.
Israel, Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah. Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahweh Shai and all the brothers and the sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yan with Yahweh Shai up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who always is great? That who always can't pay you.
Israel, Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim.
We got class. It's all on the screen. But for anybody that's new, we got class Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. And as you see on the Shabbat morning from 10 to 2. We also have classes in Virginia. We have class in Rochester. We have class in San Antonio. All right, all the information is on the screen. Just take a look at it. If you have any questions, you can hit us up for that for any more detailed info. But for the gist of it, it's all in front of you on the screen. We have a feast coming up, which is, what is it again? Hanukkah? Right, we got Hanukkah coming up. No sound? No sound? Bueller? Oh, there's sound. See? There is sound. We got Hanukkah coming up on November the 27th at sundown, right? So I think she has that up on the screen. So we'll be, what day is that? November the 27th is November the 20th. That's a Saturday. So we'll be here for class, and then we'll go into the feast. So that'd be dope. We could, we'll figure something out. But we will be observing the feast day. So we'll probably do class and then do something that night. We'll work it out. Obviously it's early, but we have to put these things out early. That way they don't creep up on us. So we got that coming up. So look out for that Hanukkah, right? Feast of Lights, okay? And we can read about that. Well, before we do it, or what we can do during after Sabbath class is over, we can touch on a few scriptures about Hanukkah, how it came about, and why we celebrate it. Okay? Get everybody familiar with Hanukkah if you're new to the truth. If you've been around this school for at least a year or two, we try to observe every feast day. All right? We try to observe every feast day. We try to get together. Barring any weird anomaly or sickness, we get together, we commemorate the feast day, we celebrate, we eat, we have a good time, okay? We give the thanks to the Most High. So anybody that's new, if you're new in Houston or Rochester or Virginia or San Antonio, just hit us up if you want to participate, if you want to be a part, and we'll be glad to have you. We don't discriminate when it comes to these things. We want our people to gather. So that's the new announcement that's going to be new on the announcements. Everything else is kind of the same. You can contact me. I'm Priest Quadazab. You can contact Priest Kazakia. His number is 757-300-4047. He's in Rochester right now for the next month and a few days. He'll be out of there in about a month, back to Virginia. And then Zion is going to be in Rochester. for good. So, yeah. Yep. You can contact me if you need to. My number is 303-557-8979. You can, any questions, concerns, counsel, anything like that, you can feel free to hit us up. Okay? You can check us out on our various YouTube channels. Again, she's going to put it up on the screen. Israelite Media Corp, 5 Minutes of Wisdom, Kids Class, Blog Talk Radio by Mashaba. So you can check us out in those different ways. We got a few businesses that you can support if you'd like to. The first one is Israelware. You can check that out. And with Israelware, we got Fringed Up, where you can subscribe monthly. And depending on your subscription, you can get just a shirt. I mean, for example, one of these shirts was Israelware. You can get this shirt in Israelware. And if you want, you get the headband to match, right? As he models. Right? Look, as he models the shirt, shows off his glorious pecs, right? His glorious triceps.
My dad told me Tweety Bird got a bigger chest than me.
Oh, Tweety Bird got a bigger chest, right? So you can go to isbhpk.com/fringed up, subscribe. You know, it's a good way to get your shirts, your headbands up. You can go to Israelware to make requests for custom garments. They'll do that for you. All right, so that's one business avenue. We also have Sweet Ambiance. That's where we sell our fragrances, our aromatherapeutic body oils, fragrant oils. Go to www.sweetambiance.com. We got peacefulsensations.com. And then we have our different various mall locations that you can pull up to if you like, see the brothers in person. We're in VA, we're in Houston, and we're in Rochester. And we're in San Antonio. We got the businesses in all four, and San Antonio. So, you know, for details on where the malls are, just hit us up and we'll give you the mall locations. We got Hebrew Academy. Oh, yeah, Hebrew Academy, right? every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Every Monday in Rochester and Virginia. Okay, I said that wrong. It's Mondays and Tuesdays. We do Monday in Virginia and Rochester. We do Tuesday in Houston. That's Hebrew Academy. That's where brothers, we gather. We go over the scriptures, over the breakdowns. We show you how to break down the scriptures, how to edify, how to street teach, and not just yell at people. Not just go on the corner and curse women out and curse men out and then get into street fights with the cops and with your brothers and with your sisters or with other camps. We show you how to literally teach people the Bible so that way you're not on the corners offending and causing chaos. Okay, so if you want to learn how to do that the proper way, come to Hebrew Academy and we can teach you how to do that. All right, it's easy to go on the corner and just yell at people. They can't all, it's even Isaiah. What is it? Isaiah 53:1. Lift up thy voice.
Yeah.
Is it 58:1? Right. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet. It doesn't mean to get in a screaming match with a person that you're trying to teach, because you're not going to get through to them. It doesn't mean get into a fist fight or an altercation and get locked up and then see I'm being persecuted for the truth. Hell no. That's not how that works. How many times did Christ get locked up when he was out there teaching?
Not once.
How many fist fights did Paul get into and Christ get into?
Not once.
None. So we gotta shape it up, man. We try to be an example, right? We gotta be the right examples, but you can't be the example until you see one. So if you want to join Hebrew Academy, just again, hit us up, let us know, and we can get you in there. Contact the donations. I know I went on my little rant last night, so I'm not gonna get long-winded with the donations. She got it up there. Y'all see what's going on with the bills for the school. I'm gonna say it like I said it last night. When y'all help out, and those online, when y'all help out, you're not helping out my household. You're not funding my garments. You're not paying for my books. You're not paying for my vehicle and my house rent. When you help out, that money goes strictly to the school. Why do I have to say these things? Because I know the mentality of our people has been so destroyed through offering and giving themselves and giving money, that what happens? Well, the pastor and the prophet and all these people come up, and I'm still stuck here in the same conditions. If not, I'm worse. I'm worse off because I've been giving. So, as a reminder, you're not funding my household, Kazakia's household, Zion's, any of the brothers up here. You're not funding our household. You're funding the school. There's things that are needed at the school that come up. You know, like fixed installed payments, right? Like rent, internet bill, right? And she got it up there. She got it up there. We created that so you can have a visual. We know a lot of our people are visual, and they have to see it to believe it. So those are just some of the bills that pop up monthly. Those are just some of the bills. Okay? Now, we're not trying to overburden anyone's mind with having to give. We understand that, you know, in these corona times, it's a little bit hard. You know, it's harder for people. A lot of jobs been getting stripped. A lot of people having to get laid off because they don't want to take the vaccine. We get that, man. We get it. But the ones that can help out your brothers. Help out your sisters. Keep. If you can't give your body right now, then you got to give something. You got to give something to keep the momentum going. I mean, no matter what, we're going to do our job. We're going to do our part. If we got to teach we got to, teach out the basement or teach out the kitchen or whatever it is, we're going to do it. You see, we did it during the pandemic. We was in brothers' houses, right? We was in brothers' kitchens, packed, hot as hell, making sure that we fulfilled our promise that we were going to teach, that we were going to be instant, in season and out of season, that we were going to be ready to deliver the word, right? So we uphold our promise. And all we're saying is that help us out, help us to keep pushing, help us to keep pushing our that momentum. What kind of water is that?
Alkaline?
Right. So if you want to give anything, I said I wasn't going to be long-winded. If you want to give anything, you can go to the Wells Fargo. You can drop money in there. I do got to say this. The Passover is coming up in 6 months. Yeah, I know. It's 6 months from now. But we've already had to start securing the location. So we have to pay monthly on the Passover, about $600 a month to secure it. We've already started that. Now, usually we would ask brothers and sisters to help us when we, later on down the line. But since we have to start paying it now, we're going to ask now if you can help out with the Passover location. It's about $5,000. If you want to give anything towards that, please do so. Remember, the Passover is for all of us. So that can't just be put on. That just can't be put on 4 brothers to pay for the Passover. You see that? That can't be put on 5 people to pay for a $5,000 building. Lamb is going to be. We're going to have to eat. That's going to be. That's going to be another $4 or $5,000. Like every year it goes up. Because why? Every year there's more people being added to the school. Every year we're making moves. San Antonio's growing. We got Rochester now. VA is growing. We're growing. So you got to understand that we got to feed everybody, right? We got to feed everybody. So we're going to be asking for help for that. Not saying that we want to put all of it on y'all, but the scriptures say, "Bear ye one another's burdens," right? The scriptures say, "Not looking not on your own things, but the things of others." Right? So this is what we got to do. So if you want to help out with the Passover location, whatever you send, please, you can notate it. Passover location, lamb, alms, offering, whatever you want to give and how and for what, just label it. That way we can set it aside for that. All right? Can I get a tissue? Right. So without me being long-winded, All right, let's get into the. Right, let's get into the reason for the season. Right, so we're gonna do what we always do. We'll open it up with the prayers, the Sabbath morning prayers. We'll go into the reading. We'll answer questions. Closing prayers. Bada bing, bada boom. Right? Con? All right. I'm not giving the fun y'all could do. Right, face. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Award. Zayawam. Thawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents wisdom, knowledge, understanding we attain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5 verse 16 says, let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Blow 2 candles out at the end. Yeah. Let me use 7. Take it out and then blow it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Ooh, come on. Yeah. Ooh. Right? Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Rayach. Thawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalm chapter 141 verse 2 says, let my prayers be set forth before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Natalanawa. Hashabat. Bashalom. Thawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Aina Shah.
Ayanam
Ayal. Aharyam. Na'aya. Wabawa'ah. Isaiah. Wabawa'ah. Ma Yahweh. Sha'ai Shah. Shamayam. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Lanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yasher Allah. Yahweh. Shamarya. Yahweh. Tazalia. Yad. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamarya. Makol Rai. Yashamar. Napashya. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakya. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitan. I'm Aman.
This is Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yasharallah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Wadash.
Wadash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shamka.
Shamka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak Wafka.
Malak Wafka.
Baba'ah.
Baba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'arataza.
Ba'arataza.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Katalanawa.
Katalanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Call.
Call.
Yawum.
Yawum.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Kabawatnawa.
Kabawatnawa.
Chasalachnawa.
Chasalachnawa.
Kabawathyanawa.
Kabawathyanawa.
Bala'ah.
Bala'ah.
Rabiyanawa.
Rabiyanawa.
Messiah 1.
Messiah 1.
Abol.
Abol.
Awashaynawa.
Awashaynawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwath.
Hamalakwath.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatha Pa'arath.
Wahatha Pa'arath.
La'ai
La'ai
Aman.
Amen. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Amen.
Ha.
Ha.
Aishara.
Aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa. The Ten Commandments.
1. La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Ahardim.
Ahardim.
Alpanya.
Alpanya. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
2. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Hasol.
Hasol.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Talakwak'ah.
Talakwak'ah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa.
Wa.
Amaka.
Amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Taratazak.
Taratazak. Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Daganah.
Daganah. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'inah.
Ta'inah.
Shakur.
Shakur. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Vachamad.
Vachamad.
Call.
Call.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahawashai.
Bahasham Yahushua.
The one.
The one.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Aman.
Amen. The Shabim, which means to be seated.
They said, we stand real quick. I'm a one. Let's go. We just gonna salute him in real quick.
I'm on Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bun, Yasharallah.
I'm a one. We put that lid on. Yeah. Father prayers. That was the opening prayers. Again, if you want to be live in class for that, if you're out of state, be on time. If you're in Houston, be on time. All right, so we're in Genesis, the 18th chapter, in the first verse. Please pay attention here. Some very good information. These are some of my favorite chapters of Genesis, other than the first 3.
And to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground. And he said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee.
So let me ask y'all a question. When it said the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, what's that saying? What's that letting us know? Anybody? Isn't it letting us know exactly what it's saying? That the Lord appeared unto him? Right? So we know that it's not the Most High that appeared unto him. Why? How do we know that it's not the Most High that appeared unto him?
Seen God and lived.
Right. No man is, you have neither seen the Most High, right? What is that, John 5 and 8? You have not seen the Most High or heard his voice or seen his shape. Right? So we know that, what is that, St. John 5 and 8? Or 5 and 9, one of them. So we know that it's not the Most High that appeared to him, said the Lord. Right? So here's another smack to them Old Testament only cats that don't believe in the Lord Yahweh Shai. What Lord appeared to him? Well, you know what's dope? When we finish reading, when we get down to the end of the chapter, we'll know what Lord appeared to him because of the discourse of conversation that he was having. Right? Remember when it said that Abraham prayed for the Sodomites? But when we read down and we hear this conversation, and he's like, Lord, pre-adventure, there be 40 righteous, there be 50. Who was he talking to? Wasn't the Most High. He's talking to Christ. Because Christ was going to go destroy that place. But it tells you when they had finished communing means to conversate, to talk. It said one went one way and one went the other way. So they were, hey, so if there's 45 down there, you gonna save them? Listen, 50? They were talking. Yeah. So, yeah. That hit me this morning. Anyway, let's read on.
Genesis chapter 18 and verse 3. And said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little
From
water.
thy servant. There was nobody else over. There was nobody over Abraham at this time. There was nobody over him that he was the servant of. You see that? What man? What man? He already left his land. He already left his land, and now what? He's rolling as the supreme man. Why? Because he's holding the tradition. He's keeping the knowledge of the Most High. So he's the Lord. If anything, Abraham is the Lord of whatever land he's in. Let's be real. He's the Lord. He done went and whipped on 5 kings, right? He done whipped on 5 armies with 300 men, right? Got the spoils, paid his tithes, did his thing. Like, who was above Abraham? You see that? Go ahead.
Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on.
I want to make sure, let me say this. If y'all are going to be up here, no phones, and you're going to have your Bibles and pens and papers. This is mainly for the kids. Don't have your phones up here. I don't want to see nobody on their phone unless I tell you to look up a definition. Y'all hear me? Kids? Children? Young adults? Con. You hear me? Okay. I just want to make sure y'all get me. Y'all don't come to class to play on y'all's phones or to have conversations in class. Pay attention. This is very good information. Go ahead.
For therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do as thou hast said.
Right. Go ahead.
And Abraham hasted into the tent unto Sarah and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal.
Right. So he ran to his wife, right? His righteous woman from the Lord, and said, hurry the hell up, woman. I don't care what you're doing. Right? We got guests. And what did Sarah say? Surely she was like, nah, nigga, I'm busy. Oprah's on. I'm getting my nails done. My mama's on the phone. I'm busy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm asleep. Why can't you do it? Right? I guarantee you that's what she said. You know, being how, we know how some black women roll. We know how some of our women roll, right? Nigga, you do it. You get it. Right? Surely this woman, this black woman did what black women do and disregarded his command. Read.
Knead it and make cakes upon the hearth.
He didn't do the please, baby, I need you. He said, listen, woman, get up and do this. He didn't come to her all, wife of my bosom, I implore you. He spoke to her plainly. Why? Because there was an urgency, right? Go ahead.
And Abraham ran unto the herd and fetched a calf tender and good and gave it unto a young man. And he hasted it. And he hasted to dress
So
it.
you didn't get no response from Sarah. Why? Because the thought is that she got herself up and handled what her husband commanded her to do. Right? Wasn't it Sarah that called? No, who was it that called Lord? It was Sarah, right?
It was Sarah.
Sarah calling Abraham me Lord. Right? And not jokingly, like, let me be facetious with you real quick, me Lord. You know. So, you know how y'all do. Okay, me Lord. Right? Nah, she
No, she called him Lord because that's an authoritative.
yeah, it
She
was
looked at him as her
it
authority.
was a term of respect. Right? It was a term of respect.
Right.
That's all it was. It wasn't like he was lording over her.
Right. Well,
No. I'm saying that because we look at certain concepts that are brought forth. They're looked at as demeaning, like she was demeaning herself,
Right.
being subject to her husband and calling him me Lord.
Right.
That's not demeaning. That was actually her showing some of the greatest respect. And again, if a lot of our women got back to even the way they spoke to their man with respect, a lot of situations would be avoided. A lot of things wouldn't happen. Because now, if I'm moving in that way of speech, then everything else behind it should follow.
Right.
The way I carry myself, the way I speak to others. You know why you speak to other people like brutes? Because you don't respect even the man in your house. So if you don't respect the man in your house, how you gonna respect anybody else? Really, truly, you're not. Right? And it goes the same way with brothers. If you don't respect the ones in your house, how you gonna respect really anybody else? You're not. You're not gonna be respectful in one instance, and then all of a sudden you got grand respect in another. Yeah, I have a motto that the way you are in one instance or in one place is how you're gonna be everywhere. So if you're a fool outside these doors, you're a fool in these doors. If you're a fool by yourself, you're a fool around people.
Sure.
You can't change who you are because of who you're around, because it's fake. You see that? So she was doing. Look how she was moving, Sarah, behind closed doors. She didn't have to fake it when she got around people. Like, oh, all of a sudden now let me act righteous and act like a good wife. She did it. She did it inside the house. You see that? She practiced righteousness, and that's how we got to do. We got to practice righteousness in the confinement of our homes first, and then it's gonna leak over into outside situations. But you can't be whack and one way at home, and then try to get around people and act a different way. You're gonna be seen right through. You see that? So practice it at home first.
Yep.
It's simple. It's something as simple as this. When you're at home, sisters, let me ask y'all. I'm gonna show of hands, and don't lie. Please don't lie. Show of hands. When you're at home, do you wear pants? Just raise your hands. Okay. Now, when you read the scripture in Deuteronomy where it says, "Well, a woman wears what pertaineth unto a man," does it say so when you're at home it's all good? But when you're out in the streets, wear a dress. Is the law have a partiality to it, where I'm at home, nobody sees me, so it's all good? The law is the law, right? That's like That's like saying, well, I'm gonna get to you. That's like saying, well, you know what? I ain't gonna eat pork outside when I'm in a restaurant, but when I'm at home, it's okay to eat pork. Who does that? Anybody eat pork because they at home? But then when you go out, you look at it, you scanning the menu, like, no, I can't eat that because they look. Right? I mean, let's think about it though, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Does it matter if it's just PJs to go to sleep in?
Pants are pants.
Okay.
You know, I was gonna say, when you look at
I'll say this to that. Real quick. I'll say this to that. To her question, does it matter if it's just pajamas to go to class? Well, what does the Bible say? It doesn't give an instance. Well, you can't wear what pertains to a man unless it's PJs, right? Does it say that? Because check this out. What if your husband went to sleep in your bra? You see my point?
that's where I was gonna go.
Go
That's
ahead.
where I was gonna go with it. Like us as men, you know, like we can't just, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm in the house, I'm gonna wear a dress. Or I'm gonna wear a tutu.
Right. What man is doing that? It's off, right?
Yes.
Regardless. See, so we've adopted that, wait a minute, in no circumstance can I wear my woman's attire.
Yeah.
In no circumstance would you wear your woman's attire.
Oh, no.
It don't matter if you was by yourself. It don't matter if you was at home with your rib. It don't matter. You would never, because why? It's off, right? But see, the way you feel about it is the way women have to feel about that man's attire. But it's the hate for wickedness and for abomination. Because that's how I feel about it. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
They would look at you off too.
Hell yeah, you would look at us crazy. If you pulled up home and I was in your skirt, what would you say? You'd be like, what the? Thank you. See, she would leave me. So should I leave her because she got pants on? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see that? Because it's breaking the commandment regardless. We can't put a double standard on it. Well, that's a double standard. No, there's no double standard because I'm not running around in a bra. I'm not going to sleep in her garment. You see that? So you can't attach a double standard to it. Well, we're just going to bed. They got plenty of women's PJs that are slips and dresses. I mean, come on. Remember one thing. Before the 40s and the 20s, y'all didn't even wear pants. It wasn't even a thought in your brain. And then they gave you all different assortments of pants and different reasonings to wear pants. They gave you a reason and you ran to the reason. And I'm just using pants as an instant, but I could go with that with anything.
Yeah.
I could use that and say, well, do you the scriptures say be at peace with all men? Only at home? And then when you get in the streets, you're a niggard towards people? No, you're supposed to be at peace with all men anywhere you go. You see that? So we can't try to use one instance and say, oh, well, I'm going to be righteous here. And then not somewhere else. Corey, do you think, Corey, what's up? Shalom, Corey. Do you think that there were instances where there were difference when it comes to the law? I don't understand that. Write your question. Do you brothers think that there were instances where there were differences when it came to the law? Be more specific so I can understand what you're saying. Just be a little bit more specific, a little bit more detailed. What's that?
That's amazing you brought that up, but I tried to share that with a aunt of mine.
Okay.
She wear pants every day. Her and my auntie pastor.
Right.
They wear pantsuits. So I brought that to her where it says that a woman should not wear that which pertains to a man. She told me that that ain't what they're saying. So this is what I did. Now I don't study out this. Now I go through and read sometimes. I pulled the NLT up. And the NLT says a woman must not put on men's clothing.
Right.
And a man must not wear women's clothing. Anyone who does this is detestable in the sight of the Most High.
Yeah. So all them little, but you got to understand when, I know we're going to go a little bit this way. I'm going to bring it right back real quick. Just look at what women putting on men's clothing has done. See, back in the 50s and in the 60s, y'all didn't think nothing of it. Liberation movement, free women, this and that and the third, right? Now you got damn bull dykes and lesbians. That's it. Just look at it. Now you got young MA. All I'm saying is just look at the slow progression. The slow progression of oh, it's all good. This is women equality. I'm all for equality. Remember, we were equal back in the time of Adam and Eve. I'm all for equality. But I guarantee you, when Eve was in her right mind, she wasn't putting on Adam's pants. That's what got us in the problem in the first place. She put the pants on. Right? What you got?
You know, I was going to say, when you look at the way Satan works, it starts off small.
It always
and
does.
then he gives you a reason to justify it. Because the scripture says that the grain of evil seed was planted, but then look how much wickedness it's brought since.
Yep.
So when you look at like homosexuality, you know how they got homosexuality to be where it's at right now? They started it as a joke. So like you'll watch movies or you'll watch TV.
That's true.
Yeah.
And they
made it comical.
They made it as a joke. So like when you see it, you laughed at it. And that brought your defenses down.
They made a lot of jokes to like the buttocks and the rectum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, especially on like Comedy Central, and then after that, it just exploded into what it is now. So when you look at like a woman wearing pants, right? It started off as like women's liberation or whatever, but the end result of it is our women now, in these days, it's either lesbians and bull dykes or you're just a flat out hoe. You know, we was in the gym the other day, and this chick, like, it started off as just like spandex, right? Like spandex to the ground. I remember when it started happening, like in 2016, where like you started seeing more and more women wearing spandex, leggings and stuff like that, just out. But now, it's progressed where it's like now the leggings is just on a whole nother level. Now the leggings are more revealing. Now you're starting to see skin all the way up here.
Now they put the line down the middle of the legging to separate two butt cheeks.
Exactly. But it started off.
I mean, don't they? Y'all see them? Y'all see them ones that got the line down it?
And that's what I was saying. I was in the gym and this chick, the leggings is like pretty much like some booty shorts, and it got the little line, and she's doing squats and all this, and I'm like golly, like what's next? You know what I'm saying? They're pushing it so far, but when you see where it started at, it started off as just heads.
Yeah.
But now look at the end result.
Y'all two go. I'll send him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So but you can look at it. You can look at it like in everything. It starts off real
small progression.
But then this progression gets worse.
I always talk about like homosexuality. I remember growing up in New York and not seeing no homos. You probably see one or two on the train and you like, ew, right? But now, listen, I went into the mall the other day and seen at least 6 lesbian couples holding hands, openly gay, kissing, and I'm like, yo, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you'd be lucky if you seen 1 or 2 walking through the mall. You're seeing 6, 7, 12 couples a day. Why? Because they slowly progress. Look, why? Because bringing it back to the point of, well, if I only have to do the law in certain instances, how easy is it for me to break the law?
Yep.
If I only got to do only at home, if that's my mind, I'm going to just do it at home and be righteous at home when nobody's looking, right? Or be righteous only when people are looking, but not when anybody isn't looking. How firm and how rooted are you really? Right? Corey asked, so he went back. He said, for example, not cooking on the Sabbath, but you already prepared food for the Sabbath, but you have to warm it up. It's okay to cook food on the Sabbath. So you gotta give me a different example. It's okay to cook on the Sabbath. Right? Mm-hmm. The whole point of the Sabbath was that it was a feast. You're supposed to cook and gather. Right? Now, if you're off cooking by yourself, well, I gotta cook this meal and you're off by yourself doing that, then that's where you're in the wrong. If you know you have a body to gather with. You see that? So, give me a different example. So when a woman wears tights, this is Devin. So when a woman wears tights in the house or under her dress, is that the same thing? Some women have said it keeps them warm. Okay, so let me ask you this, because I don't let my rib do this, walk around the house with spandex on. Why? Why don't I let my rib just walk around with spandex on, super tight, showing off all the curves? Why do I not let her do that? Who can give me a wild guess of why I don't let her do that?
You got little males walking around.
I got children, not just young sons, but I got daughters that are going to think that, oh, let me walk around in spandex too. So do I let my rib, and it's not do I let her, but does she know better not to walk around with extra tight clothes on? Yeah, now if she got to wear some spandex and then put a dress over it, that's fine. You're right, it does help with the warmth, especially, I know y'all out there in Philly. I know y'all live out in Philly where it's cold. You might want to throw his niece. And niece is N, what is it? Spell niece. D-I-C. N-I-E-C. Right. I know it's different places it's cold. You might want to throw throw some spandex, or remember back in the day when there was no spandex, what did women wear when they wore a dress? No, Samakaya, what did they wear?
They weren't leggings, but they were taller socks, knee socks.
Knee socks or stockings?
Boots.
Or stockings, right?
Yeah.
Remember stockings? Remember the dark stockings that nobody would see your legs? Remember those? You had the wool thick ones, depending on where you was at, and they just kind of. Sometimes they would come up like spandex, or sometimes they would just come up to the thigh, right? Because it was more for functionability and not for style.
Right.
It was more of a, I'm trying to keep warm because it's cold, right? But if you're walking around with the spandex only, and you got kids, you got to see what the kids are picking up on. Again, they slowly usher things in, and if you can't teach your kids to be one way outside the streets, right? You can't teach them to be a hoe in the house and be righteous in the streets. That whole, what is it? Freak in the house, righteous in the streets, right? Freak in the bed, like you can't. That don't work.
That's confusion.
That's confusion. Because when is the line drawn to say, wait a minute, this mentality is now leaking over, and I'm forgetting where I'm at.
Wife in the streets.
Freak in the sheets, right? But I was trying to make it more like wife in the streets and hoe in the house. But it's mentality. No, think about it. I'm talking about a mentality. I could be loud and obnoxious and overbearing and overbalanced at home. At home, but then when I get outside, I'm calm, I'm meek, I'm humble. Yes, me look. Nah, you're supposed to do the same thing everywhere you go.
Right.
Righteousness is righteousness.
What's so funny about that? Just the thought that came in my mind is like, if that was the case, it's not the case for me, but if that was the case for me, then I would want to go home. So let's go outside. Let me get that. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home. I want this righteousness in the street, sleeping in the street and stuff. That's crazy. Definitely crazy.
But through all the understanding of the different scriptures. And hold on real quick. Right, y'all get that, right? Go back. I don't want to sit on this topic too long. Go back. But again, if she's wearing spandex, remember, there's nothing wrong with spandex. It's how it's used. It's how it's worn. It's what it does to the senses, right? No man needs to see another man's woman walking and every single body part, even the little cottage cheese dimples in her butt.
So correct.
He don't need to see that. I don't need to see that. I don't want to see that.
I don't either.
Right? So you have to be aware. I'm gonna go right back to this. I went here last night. Go to Ecclesiastes 7 in verse 24. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 24.
Ecclesiastes chapter.
Read that. Does it have daughters? Does it say that? Does it start with that?
Yes.
Hast thou a daughter? Yeah, read that real quick.
Look at Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 24.
Right?
Hast thou daughters?
Right?
Have a care of their body.
Have a what?
A care of their body.
Teach them modesty. Have a care for their body. You know what you're supposed to be looking at? Because I know I have to do it. When you got daughters, what happens? They go from little 5-year-old bodies right? With no chest, no nothing, and then all of a sudden, over a summer, you're like, whoa, hold on, wait a minute, we got to get you a different size clothes. We got to start getting you bras. We got to make sure that you're able to conceal some of that. Because if you can see it, guess what them predators out there are doing?
Thank you.
They over there thirsty. Right? And then when you parade her into Victoria's Secret, come on, daughter, and then mother and daughter in Victoria's Secret, yay! The predators are standing outside Victoria's Secret like, wonder what that looks like. You better take her ass to Target or J.C. Penney and have some discretion. You better take her to Bloomingdale's, if that's right. I'm serious. You got to take her and you got to conceal those things. You got to have a care for her body. Because if you don't, somebody else is going to take interest and care, and it's going to be in the wrong way. Y'all see this?
Absolutely.
So women, sisters that have daughters, how do you take the first care for your daughter? Well, you got to care for yourself. And you got to present yourself to your children the right way. Because what sense does it make to say righteousness, 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 but you're borderline.
Right.
You still don't know how to dress and carry yourself. Doesn't make sense, right? They need an example. You have to lead by example. Lead from the front.
I like the next verse.
Read on.
And show not thyself cheerful.
Show thyself not what?
Not cheerful.
Right, go ahead.
Toward them.
Right, meaning what? Do I not show joy and love and smile with my daughters? But the Bible says, you know what? You better be stern. Why? Why? Why do you got to be stern with little girls and not be so overly cheerful? And oh, baby, it's okay, my little princess. Because the world taught her that that's how she got to live.
That's right.
The world taught her that she can do no wrong. She's a woman. You got to erase that mentality early. Just like a boy, you beat his ass, right? You better beat that little girl. Don't let her think she can get over because she'll be sneaky. It says the wickedness. It says there's no wickedness above the wickedness of a woman. Where does she learn that? As a baby, from her mom, if it's not corrected. So you can't let that little, like Laka Rob eloquently put, that little grain of evil. You can't let that bloom into a garden of wickedness. You got to correct them. You got to be a little bit stern with them because the world is ready to appease and give them every little thing that they want. Oh my gosh, she's so precious. Oh, she's so this, she's so that. Next thing you know, she's on Instagram talking about sugar daddies. What do they call them? They don't call them sugar daddies no more, right? That's the old terminology. What do they call them?
The girl, it's a thing now, especially in Arizona, real liberal in Arizona, but it's like websites where there's sugar babies. Sugar babies promote themselves to older men and women so they could be, what is it? Cheerful. That's what they call themselves, sugar babies. It's a thing. It's a thing.
They have sugar daddies and sugar mamas.
Yeah, but why are these women growing up to think like that's how they gotta live? Somebody gotta pay my rent. Well, because nobody was stern with them and showed them this ain't about your looks, your breasts, your butt. That's right. It's about your mentality. Yep. What?
I done heard mothers, I've literally heard them tell their daughter, yeah, that nigga ain't got no money. Don't fool with it.
Yeah.
I done heard that.
Yeah. And all they get. Think about it. You just gotta look at social media. All these women are getting are these men with no backbone. Baby, I'm begging. I'll give you the world. Let me give you this. Let me do that. Let me smile. Let me take you out for drinks. That's it. And it's spoiling these women, but they were already spoiled because everybody showed themselves so cheerful that what? They could get away with everything, right? You know those sneaky little girls that they could get away with everything? And boys do it too. So we got to be mindful of what the scriptures are saying.
I was going to say that's how predators can approach young girls because they come at them not mean.
No.
You know.
No.
They come at them the way they know they'll respond.
Hey, little girl, here's a puppy. Here's a puppy, right? Oh, you want some candy? You want some candy? Right? Ain't that how they used to get them back in the day? They have a little puppy in the van. Oh my God! And then you run because everything is so cheerful, and there's no level of, like the scriptures say, gravity.
That's true.
There's no gravity there to anchor these kids to the seriousness of things. And what happens? They fall into these traps. They fall into the candy trap. They fall into the cheerful trap. They fall into this trap and that trap. And it's like, well, how did my little baby get caught up in that? Well, because you didn't sit her ass down and teach her the real.
The money trap.
The money trap. And that's the new trap. Oh, well, girl, why'd you get him? Well, he had money.
Thank you.
Why'd you get with him? He had money. I know we're veering off a little bit. What's that?
In society, they have always taught us to, as parents, especially mothers, they've always taught us to be your children's friend.
Right.
And it's,
Friend first and parent last.
Right. And so when it comes to, when they do get that correction and that discipline, they just freak out like, oh my gosh, he's tripping, what's wrong with him? And they think that you're supposed to be my friend because you were so cool, you've always been this way, but then when it's time for correction, they freak out. Yeah. And so when I look at that scripture and I read it, it's like, oh no, you think I'm going to be one way at all times. No, you have balance with everything, but when it's time for you to get beat or it's time for you to get corrected in every way, all of that, it fades to the side. You're never in balance with it, but they don't like the correction because they only see the cheerfulness, or they only want you to be one way, just like the way society has taught us to be. Or when or just like even with the babies, when one parent corrects the child, they run to the other one.
Right.
Because they want to be comforted.
Right. Right. But remember what the scriptures say? He said, "You are my friends if you do what?
Keep my commandments.
If you do whatsoever I command you." So I'll be my kids' friends if they do what I tell them. That's it. Other than that, it's all parental. It's all business. This is all a business transaction.
Right.
Right? It's all business because you have to be the parent first. Yes, you got to be their friend so they can come to you, talk to you, have that door open. But it can't be just one-sided because that whole, you got to be their friend first. Next thing you know, you're buying them liquor and weed and having sex parties.
That's true.
You hear about the mom that was hosting sex parties for her kids? For the kids in the neighborhood? She was hosting sex parties for the kids in the neighborhood. They were like 12 up.
Damn.
And then she was bringing weed and liquor. And then she was watching. So you know where her damn mind was at. Oh, pedophile.
Dang.
Right? So think about it. We got to be their friend. I'll be your friend if you do whatsoever I command you, like the Bible says. I'll love you, right? But I'm going to chastise. I'm going to go in. I'm going to correct. What's that?
I like this scripture. I love. I can't exactly what it said, but the Lord said, "Why do you call me Lord when you want to do what I command?"
Right?
I don't know exactly what it said, but it's the scripture now. It's in. I know it's in the New Testament. Why do you call me Lord? You want to do what I command? I'm gonna pull it.
Where we at in the meantime?
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse 25.
Let's jump back to Genesis.
Genesis chapter 18 and verse 8. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat.
Right.
And they said,
eat. Go ahead.
And they said unto him, Where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son.
So let me just real fast. Everybody understand the whole spandex concept? Everybody understand that? Devin, y'all get that? Spandex ain't wicked. It's how it's used. And you don't want to show the evil lesson to your children. It's again, like, let me ask y'all this. What brother in here walks around with his shirt off in his house? Raise your hand. What brother? See, I don't do that. I don't walk around purposely with my shirt off in my house. Right? Now, you might catch me real quick if I'm about to, when you're about to hop in the shower and you're like, damn, I forgot something downstairs and I might have to run to the car and run back up. I might do that real quick. Like, I'll have my shirt off or I'm getting ready to change and I might just shoot downstairs and shoot up. But I don't make it a point. You know how Judah got a, like, cats in the streets, they make it like there was a cat walking through the mall the other day. Look at this, I'm just walking through the mall with his shirt off. I'm like, bruh, you in the mall with your shirt off, right? So I don't walk around the house with my shirt off. I don't let my son walk around the house with his shirt off. If he wants to be in his room to himself with his shirt off, fine. But if he leaves the threshold of his room, nigga, put your shirt on. Don't walk downstairs with no shirt off. Because that's not what people need to see. There's little girls, there's women. They don't need to see your little small chest anyway. I get it, he's a boy, but still, train up a child, right? That way when he gets a family, he's not just walking around with his nipples out. As a man, nobody needs to see that. Nobody needs to see that. That shouldn't be because then what's gonna stop you from being on Instagram? That's true. Team shirt off. You got Hebrew at the bottom, and what is it? Hashtag Hebrew Israelite. Hashtag team shirt off. Hashtag pectoral muscles. Hashtag keeping the law. And then you on Instagram with your shirt off for the world to see. But you a Hebrew. You an Israelite. That's not what Israelites do. That's not what our men did. Just ran around with their shirts off, modeling on Instagram. We didn't do that. We didn't do that. So, how do I train my sons? You ain't gonna run around like even Manashah, the littlest one. I don't like him to walk around with just a diaper on. It's terrible. Put some pants on that boy. Put pants on him. Don't let him think and gather the mind that as he grows up, he just gets to run around with his drawers on only. Where does that mentality start? To expose yourself and to not walk with a level of discretion and chasteness.
Right in the house.
When you let them run around the house with no clothes on, like little baby's kids. I never let my little kids, even in toddler diapers, run around in just a diaper. It looks bad. Put clothes on them. Show them that when they wake up in the morning, what do I do with him every morning? We wake up, get his teeth brushed, try to at least, because he hates it. But what do? Clothes from head to toe. Bathe them, throw on some clothes, socks and shoes. Socks and shoes, right? You don't need to walk around barefoot. Socks and shoes, bro. Get you some socks on so you can walk around and be decent. You teach them that early. But if I'm running around with no shirt on, if I'm running around just in my drawers on, right? Then what are they gonna think? Well, I can run around with my damn skivvies on also. It looks weird. It looks a certain type of way. That's not the mentality that we're supposed to carry ourselves in. So what do? We train them early. The little girls, if they putting on some clothes that's too tight, I'm like, bruh, change. Because you know what happens? Kids don't pay attention to their growth. And they'll put on some stuff that they outgrew thinking that, oh no, it's still good. But the pants, legs is coming up to your knees. It's like, wait a minute, are you still in Hurricane Harvey? I'm like, no, what's going on? Those clothes are too small.
Yeah.
Let's get you some clothes that fit you better. That, you know, you got to show them. They're kids and they're not aware of everything. They learn from us.
You got a womanly body with a child mind.
That too. We got some of the girls. They're a little bit more developed. They got to be conscious, but that's why the Bible tells us to take care for their bodies, right? But it's not just your daughters; it's your sons too. They shouldn't be out there with clothes extra tight. They shouldn't be out there moving a certain way. They shouldn't be half naked running through the streets. So we got to be aware of that. They got to carry themselves with a level of standard. Where we at? What you got?
I got this for you right quick. It's Luke 6:46 says, "And why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?"
Right now? When is he going to work on it?
That's true. Yeah, that's deep.
You serious?
Yep. That's deep.
Yeah. Right. You there? Ray, William, remember when Zabak said, don't send me no friend requests in your profile pic, you not wearing a shirt? Con! Hell nah! Don't send no man no friend request and you another man with a shirt off. That's an automatic delete. Don't even look at your profile. It's terrible. But guess what? I do that to women too. Don't send me no friend request. Like on Facebook, I get a lot of friend requests. I probably got 1,000 friend requests sitting there. because I don't care
Right,
to add people.
right.
You know what I'm saying? But if I see your profile pic, you in a bikini, delete. If I see you in some scandally class, delete. I don't even look into your profile. For what? I don't need to see all that. Your profile pic is telling me what you about.
Thank you.
So I don't even dive into that box of worms. Hell no. Because that's what it is. It's a box of confusion and worms. I'm going to show you how. I'm going to show you even that. Because you add the little scandally clad chick, right? You add her, right? And then now y'all are friends. And it starts just like this. Hi. Right from the DM. And then your dumb ass does what? Hey, how you doing? Next thing you know, you engage in this conversation with this person.
That's true.
Next thing you know, a month later, you meeting up. Next thing you know, 6 months later, a year later, you got a baby.
Yep.
And a disease. Or you sending her money through the Cash App. Bruh, like, come on. You gotta not, the scriptures say run from evil. Run from evil, man. Stay away. A wise man foreseeth the evil. So I see that stuff, I'm like, delete. I don't want none of that. I don't want nobody to think that I'm even entertaining that. People can see what you do on social media. Instagram, whoever you add, everybody can see who you added. If they go to the other side of the notifications, oh, such and such added such and such and such and such. Since you're friends with such and such, add this person. They see what you added. So if you on there liking all the big booties and the little Instagram models, but I'm a man of standard and 2 Timothy 3 and first, people's like, what the hell are you talking about?
That's true. That's true.
Careful. It's a trap.
She's put all her business out there. She's gonna get you. She's gonna put all your business out there too.
Yeah, you sliding in them DMs.
Absolutely.
Look at all them celebrities that be sliding in them DMs and they be busting them out.
Yep.
And they put all the DM, what they call it, receipts.
Yep.
Ain't nobody gonna have no receipts on me. I'm good. Cause I don't fall into the trap. Anyway, go back where we at.
Genesis, start from the top. Genesis 18, verse 10. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life.
Right?
And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son.
Right, go ahead.
And Sarah heard it in the tent door, and was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of woman.
Right, what did that mean?
She was over.
What did it mean? It ceased the way of the manners of women ceased to be where? Where we at?
Verse 11, one on verse 1.
Right. She was stricken with age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. What did that mean?
She's not menstruating anymore.
Right. She went past the menstruation and all that. They call it menopause, right? She was way past the ability physically to have children.
Right.
That just wouldn't happen. I remember she was what?
Like 90?
Yeah, she was about 90 years old. They were up there in age. So that part, that was gone, right? She knew it was gone, right? She was like, really, right? That was good. That's what happened. She lied. She chuckled to herself like, baby, right? But you realize that, wait a minute, the Most High, He's orchestrating this. He's orchestrating and He's making these things happen.
That's right.
You know, go ahead.
Verse 12.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, Sarah laughed within herself,
Right?
saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure?
Shall I have what?
Pleasure?
Right. After I'm like the feelings, shall I have pleasure? Right? That obviously we know what that's talking about. Go ahead. The pleasure that cometh with sleep.
Yep.
Go ahead.
My Lord, being old also?
Right. Like we ain't concerned with that. We're just trying to live in our old ages. We're just trying to live out our days. That's not after let's be real, after a certain time, I can't really speak to this too much, but that certain urges and certain things, those are not a forefront in your mind. They're just not. When you're young, 20s, 30s, you know what you're motivated by.
Young and vibrant.
Yeah, you know what that is, that vigor. Right? That vigor is about you, but we lose our vigor after a while. We do. Men lose it, women lose it. She was saying, look, we ain't on that. Basically, our mind ain't there. What you talking about? I ain't trying to lose my vigor.
I mean,
I'm trying to keep that as long as I can.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's
Herb
why
up, fast, exercise.
So important.
But
Yeah,
like you
man.
said- But like you said, you slow down.
No, you definitely do. Listen, I'm not 20 years old no more, and I know it. Physically, I know it. Everything changes when you start hitting certain ages. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm feeling it. I can look at my 20-year-old self and say, physically, I ain't the same. I'm not the same. You know, that just think about even when you just go for a workout, just to recover from that workout is not the same. But that's why you got to do more to be able to recover. You got to do more, less of the bad, more of the good. More fasting, less bad eating, more supplementing meals and things like that to get those nutrition. You get the nutrition in you. It's a lot more you got to do. So when you're young, come on, you know what it is to be young. You know. So anyway, go ahead.
Verse 13. And the Lord said unto Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I have...
And you know what the coldest part about it is, though? You know what the coldest part about when I look at this, and they're like, and you know, Sarah's like, man, we're not even on that part of our relationship.
Right.
You know why that's beautiful? Because think about how many relationships hinge on the physical part.
That's true.
Only. Imagine when you grow to the point where I'm just happy to be with this person. You ever see them couples that be together from like 70 years married?
Yep.
And they both old and just, you can tell physically.
Yep.
Physically, they're just hanging on. But spiritually together, they're like, oh yeah, this is my boo.
I ran into it was a Edomite couple, and they can barely walk.
Barely walk.
And this guy was like this, and he was walking in front of me, and I kind of smiled at him. And then the lady behind him, she goes, "Yep," and he's all mine. And I was like,
But see, physically, they ain't doing nothing. But just the fact that I got this companion, and we know each other.
Yeah.
We've been there for each other. We lasted this test of time. We lasted through this age and the computer age and the social media age. Like, and look, we still going. We still love each other. Like, that's dope. They transcend the physical, right? And now it's about what? It's just about each other.
Yep. She was in a little walker too, walking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, man. You know.
That made me smile.
What's that?
Just like I had a aunt that died about 3 years ago, and my uncle was married like 58, 59 years.
Right.
And he was 95, she was 92. And she passed. And he went up there and they had him in a wheelchair. He looked like a little baby set. And I told him I said, he ain't got long.
Oh,
next
because
week,
that was
next week he was gone.
Yeah, because some people, they live off of each other's energy. When you've been living with a person that long, and when that part of you is gone, it's like, okay, my time's up too. I've seen that happen. I thought, you know what was funny? I thought that was going to happen to my grandpa. My grandma had passed away. She was like 84. But then my grandpa, he just kept living. He was like, I'm going to just keep living, bro. He went all the way till 103.
Wow.
and that was like, he lived 12 or 13 years after. He just passed away like last year. So, or this year, early in the year. But he just kept living. He just kept doing his thing, and then all that stuff hit. But I really thought, like, okay, they've been together forever. 9 kids.
Right.
But his mind was stronger. He relied on his kids. My aunts and uncles would go visit and hang out with him. And then when they couldn't, that's what kind of hit him, because the COVID's restricted movement. You couldn't travel, so he was kind of left by himself after a while. And then the visits were more sporadic, and that kind of affected him. But he was a strong old man, you know. He was a strong dude. He lived 103, walking, talking. You know, he beat cancer twice. Damn, he strong. The dude was a gangster. Physically, you know, he was a little old man. He was small. My grandpa was little, like Noah. They looked just alike. The funny part.
Wow.
Yeah, so you see that though, where the couples, man, it's like, okay, let me go with them. You know, so
Nice.
yeah, beautiful thing. But even when you read about Abraham, what happened? Sarah passed, and then Abraham kept living.
Right.
He lived a few more years, had more kids, did his thing, and then he passed. Right? So go ahead.
Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed, I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh.
Nah, sis, you laughed. You laughed, right? You know what you did. Go ahead.
And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, and he will command his children and his household after him. And they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment. And the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. And the Lord said,
You know why I like this too? Abraham had many children. Right? Abraham had many children. Remember, Abraham had Midian.
Right.
Who else did he have?
He had several
Ishmael.
children.
Yeah, Isaac.
Right.
But look at how the Midianites rolled. They went off. Look at how the Ishmaelites rolled. They went off. Right? The only ones that held it was Isaac, and then Isaac on down. Isaac, Jacob, and then the 12. Abraham had many children. Did he not teach Ishmael? Of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he taught Ishmael to a point where he had to send them off. Get up out of here, right? You're disrupting things. Of course he dealt with Midian and taught Midian. But Midian went off on their land and did what? Whatever they wanted, right? I'm a whole part of the law, but then I'm going to be off in these things, right? And whatever other sons he had, that it doesn't really go into his other children.
Right.
Because why? They weren't significant in holding a standard and holding the law. Holding the law. You see that? That's why Isaac into Jacob, Jacob into the 12, and boom, here we are. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great.
Who was crying? Who made that cry? Were the Sodomites like, Lord, save us?
Lot.
Who was it? The cry of Sodom and Gomorrah was great. What is that? Who was crying? Who was there? Come on, think about it. Who was there? What, Elijah? Lot. See, you got it, right? What scripture is that? What scripture am I talking about? It's in Peter's. Who got it? Right, go to 2 Peter 2 and 7. See, Lot was vexed. Lot was vexed being in Sodom and Gomorrah. And you know he was praying to the Most High, like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm over here with these guys and they trying to do this and that. I would get them out of here. Read that, 2 Peter 2 and 7 real quick.
2 Peter chapter 2, verse 7. And deliver just Lot,
Right?
vexed with the filthy conversation of the wicked.
Right, the filthy imagine wow, think about this. Imagine when Lot went out to go handle whatever business he had to handle, and the conversations that he was hearing from these other men of the things they did the night before. You know how cats meet up and
That's true.
It's like, yeah, I was doing this with her and this, and we went here. Imagine what he was hearing from these men dealing with other men's carrying men's purses no more. Right? Just imagine it. That was just crazy.
Oh, gosh.
Imagine the conversation that he was hearing where it was like, whoa, that's what y'all was doing yesterday? That's what y'all, like,
Damn.
Right? Where we at? 2 Peter what?
2 verse 7.
Right, go ahead.
Keep on reading?
Yep.
Okay, verse 8.
Verse 8.
For the righteous man.
The righteous man, remember, a righteous man is going to pray. He's going to pray about his situation. He's not going to take it upon himself to exact change in that way. He's going to pray about it, be anxious for nothing, but in all things, supplication and prayer, right? Philippians 4 and 6. He's going to pray to the Most High to take him out of certain situations and remove from him certain evils. That's what a righteous man does. Remember, the Bible's calling Lot a righteous man. Go ahead.
For the righteous man dwelling among them is in seeing and hearing, vexed his righteous soul from day to day with their unlawful deeds.
With their unlawful deeds. So he's seen. He's seen their filth. Lot was seeing it. He was seeing how they were dealing with the people, how they was conducting themselves towards the people. Who got a Josephus real quick? Anybody got a Josephus? Get it real quick. Get it out of his bag. What's that? You got one? Okay. Which one you got? Boy, got a Josephus. I like that. So when I go to this, I'm going to have you read it. All right? Okay, perfect. See? Come on, man. How old are you again? 10. 10 years old, ready. Got his armor and his weaponry. Right? So when I go to this, I'm going to have you read it. When I go to this, I'm going to have you read it. There it is. I'll tell you where to go in a minute. Jump back to Genesis.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 21. I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it,
right,
which is come unto me.
Remember, the Most High said his eyes are on the wicked kingdom. Right? He said his eyes are on the wicked kingdom. He could see it, man. He could see the filth. He could see the filth, just like in America. Even if we're not crying to him, guess what he does see? How filthy this place is.
That's right.
And how detestable and how abominable their works are. Go ahead.
And if not, I will know.
Read.
And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom.
Right.
But Abraham stood yet before the Lord.
He stood where?
Yet before the Lord.
I need y'all to understand what's happening here. I need y'all to really understand what's happening here. This is him discoursing. Abraham is going to have a literal conversation with the Lord, with Yahweh Shai. He's going to talk. They're going to talk. Now, this is a face-to-face convo. This ain't, he put him in a vision and then they're giving a message. No. Remember, it said the men went one way, the Lord stood with Abraham.
Right.
They conversed. Go ahead.
And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked?
So he drew near to the Lord and said, hey, I know you're about to go destroy. I know that you're about to go destroy. You know why this is cold? Abraham knew what was up. Remember, Yahweh Shai said, should I conceal the thing that I do?
Right.
Abraham was like, man, I know what's about to go down. I know what them Sodomites is on. How did Abraham know what they were on? Remember, he had to deal with them. What was the one thing that the Sodomites asked for when Abraham brought back all the spoils and all the people? What did they want the most? Anybody remember? They were like, listen, give us the people.
A king?
No, not that. When Abraham went to war to get Lot back, what did he ask for? He's like, we want the people.
Right.
Because we know what they are. They want that booty.
Yep.
Right? Didn't the scriptures even say it?
It
They
does.
wanted the booty. But not in that sense. I'm saying that in that
But
sense.
I know what you're saying.
Right? They were more concerned with the people. Because why? Is what they were on. And as we read, when we go into this Josephus and we highlight certain parts in the Josephus, we're going to see it. What were the Sodomites on? Well, they were on abusing the people that came into their gates as strangers.
Right.
They were about abusing them unlawfully. It was sick. Sodomatical, it says they do sodomatical practices. Right?
Wow.
So that's what they were on. Abraham knew it. He was like, wait a minute, so you about to go destroy the righteous with the wicked?
Yeah.
Because there might be some righteous brothers down there.
I have a precept.
What you got?
It's actually 2nd Ezra, chapter 7, verse 36.
Okay.
It says, then said I, Abraham prayed first for the Sodomites.
Right. And really what it was he was praying in the mind that there may be a righteous person amongst them. You see that? He was praying that, okay, don't destroy the righteous with the wicked. You see that? Because why? Abraham was a righteous man. He was a just man. And he knew that Christ was just. He knew that he would be just. The Lord was going to be just. Equity. I will judge. Remember, it says he shall judge in righteous and judge righteous judgment.
Right.
And with equity, with fairness. Equity is fairness. Right? So you don't, what they say, you don't throw out the baby in the bathwater? That's the saying, right? The bathwater is dirty. You throw that away, you take the baby out. You see that? So here goes Abraham pleading for the cause of the righteous, if there was any there. So where are we at?
Verse 8, Genesis chapter 18, verse 24.
Right?
Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city.
Right?
Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein?
Man, can you only imagine this conversation? Could you only imagine this convo? Like, I standing right there. You got Abraham, like, first of all, he couldn't come to him. First of all, he couldn't come to him timid.
That's right.
He had to at least stand his ground and say, listen. Yep. Right? He said, come bold.
Right.
So he couldn't come weak and timid and scared and right? But it showed you the mind of Abraham, that he wasn't no scary dude. And, you know, we got to understand one thing. If you're coming in righteousness, it's not wrong to come bold. It's not wrong to stand. The righteous is bold as a lion, the wicked flee when no man pursue. You have to be bold. You have to stand your ground. And again, if you look at this, you're looking at the character of Abraham. So he's a cold dude. Abraham was a cold dude.
It's true.
Go ahead, read on.
That be far from thee to do after this manner.
Right.
To slay the righteous with the wicked.
Go ahead.
And that the righteous should be as the wicked.
Go ahead.
To be far from thee.
Go ahead.
Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
Shall not the who?
The judge of all the earth.
Shall not the who?
The judge of all the earth.
Who judges all the earth? He said, all judgment is given to me by the Father.
That's right.
So if you didn't believe it was Christ, you better get your precepts together. You better get your mind right. Talking to Christ right here, face to face.
He knew it too. That's crazy.
Yeah,
oh my God.
he definitely knew it.
Talking to the king, one of the king of kings. You know what I mean?
He definitely knew it. That's why it was so cold. I was driving and I'm listening to it this morning. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. This is a face to face. Like he's talking to Christ. Like it hit me different this morning. It was weird. Like you know when you drive and it's funny when I drive. Maybe I got to stop doing it, but when I drive, I literally blank out.
I do the same thing.
I don't pay attention, but I do pay attention, but I don't pay attention. I get into like an autopilot type of thing. I've been driving for almost 30 years, 25 years, behind the wheel of a vehicle. I probably got 1 million miles under my belt. Truthfully, no lie. No lie. I've probably driven 1 million miles in my life. So when I get behind the wheel of a car, seatbelt, check mirrors, go. And then my thoughts start to just take over, right? I'm still watching and aware, but then when I'm listening to the Bible app, my mind goes right into, I'm like Abraham himself. So this morning, I've literally blanked out. I'm like, oh snap. It hit me different listening to it. Then I was like, man, I gotta read that. Then I get on the phone while I'm driving, reading it like, oh yeah. That's it. Damn. Don't do that. Don't drive and read. But it hit different this morning. So he said, shall not the judge of the earth judge right?
Right.
I mean, damn, bruh. Like you on challenge, but see, the scriptures say the spirit of the prophets is subject to the prophets. Why could he come to Yahushua and deal in that way? Well, was Yahushua going to strike down a righteous man for trying to deal righteously? No. And again, you couldn't come with that weak, timid, Joel Osteen spirit. Nah, you have to come as a man. Yahweh Shai was a man of war. Yahweh Shai is calculating war right now.
Yep.
He's like, listen, I'm about to go burn this place up. And then guess what? You know what another dope part about this is? This is literally a what? What is this? What are they having right now? Starts with a C.
Conversation.
The other C that we all avoid.
Uh-oh.
Confrontation.
Nope. The other C that we avoid. Bam! He's literally counseling. He's like, but think about this. If there's 50, you gonna go down there and strap. Nah, if there's 50, you good. No, but what about 40? No. But that's what we do. Hey, remember, consider this. Look, if you go down, you can't do. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Oh, I was thinking about this. If there's foot, man, you're right about that. That's true. Yahweh Shai sat back and let this man. I'm not saying that he counseled Christ.
Gotcha. Now that I know.
But they had a back and forth discourse, and it was counsel. He was giving what was on his mind, and Yahweh Shai was like, you know what? I got you. For 40, for 1, for 2, for 50, right? Now, did Yahweh Shai have to be reminded? No. But this wasn't about Christ. This was about Abraham. We don't got to examine Christ's character. We know his character, right? We know Yahweh Shai's character and what he stood for. Right. This was about Abraham's character. Was he going to be presumptuous? Like we said, throw out the baby with the bathwater. Oh, they're all wicked. Blanket statements, right? Just cover them all wicked, Christ, and just get them out of here. No, it was showing that where was Abraham's mind towards the people?
It's the same thing he did with Moses.
Yeah, it was, but it's the same thing he did with Moses, right? But now we understand why these men were chosen to do what they did.
That's true.
Because the character, now, who coached Abraham into, well, you got to think this way. Who coached him? In the moment. Who was there in the moment coaching Abraham? What scriptures, well, let me go to Peter's real quick, Christ, to see. Let me go to Isaiah, right? Was he able to go to Isaiah? Chapter 50, 11 and 1 down? Like, so it says that he shall judge in righteousness, and with equity shall he judge the poor. And nah, he didn't have to go to Isaiah, because he was already doing what Isaiah said was going to be done. His mind, his mentality towards righteousness was already there. Y'all see this? He didn't need the Bible. Remember, the Bible wasn't even around yet. Yeah. He was the living part of the Bible up until this point. The rest of the word hadn't been written. But Abraham knew how to live in righteousness towards all men, no matter what the hell they were doing. You got to think about this. Sodom and Gomorrah was literally the worst city on earth at this time. Abraham knew it, but he still said, you know what? Let's consider. Let's have consideration. It says a man of counsel will be what? Consider it. Let's consider that there's some righteousness down there. I'm considering. I know the judge of the earth, he's definitely considering. Like, it's cold, man. It's cold as hell to me.
Yes.
You can actually see when Yahweh Shai was talking to the guy that he was telling him, I forget his name, but I don't think he said his name, but he said the kingdom of heaven is within you. He said you're almost there. Basically, I forget what scripture that is. He was talking to him. I forget.
Well, he said the kingdom of heaven is within you. Look here, neither there nor there. But
yeah, but Bo was talking to him. He said, I do all these things, and he said, you're almost there. You're almost there you're almost there to the kingdom.
So,
basically.
But what's the point that you're making pertaining to what we're saying?
Because what we're reading right now, Abraham, you talk about how the Most High deals with Abraham, he deals with Moses. All these people live by this righteous law.
Right.
And that's what I'm getting at, is that this guy was living by this righteous law. When I read it the first time, I didn't actually catch it.
Right.
He just said the kingdom's within you. You're almost there, basically.
Right. Just keep living the right
like
way.
Right.
Now, did Abraham? And now this is the thing that we got to remember. Abraham did have the law. He just didn't have a pocket Bible, right? He didn't have a little mini Bible that he was able to pull out and go, oh yeah, well, so the Bible says.
Right.
Oh, he heard it and then he lived it, and he retained it. He wasn't a forgetful. You know why the scriptures talk about a forgetful hearer? Because way back in the day, that's all you could do was hear. That's all you could do. They wasn't writing it down. It was, sit down, son, and let me tell you this. when thou risest up, when thou layest down, this is what you're going to speak to your children. We spoke it, so you couldn't forget it. Abraham couldn't forget the words that was given to him from his father and from his grandfather. He couldn't forget. You see that? So when he got into these situations, he knew how to deal, and he knew how things should have been dealt with. This chapter is crazy. This chapter is crazy. The coldest part, shall not the judge of all the earth do right? This is how you know it wasn't no man. It wasn't no Lord. It wasn't Melchizedek that he was there with. He was there with Christ. I dare anybody to refute that. I dare it. Bring them scriptures and refute this. You can't. You can't. He sat with Christ, man. He sat with Christ and discoursed real matters. Had literal counsel. Like, man, you took counsel with Christ? Woo! Now I see why they call it Abraham's bosom. Just look at his character. Look at Abraham's character and that place of habitation, Abraham's bosom. You just got to see it embodied how Abraham was. All that peace and not having to worry about things, and you ain't got to. Yeah, I know. Let's jump back. I'm getting too excited.
Having the full concept of the Most High within you, and not dealing with any, just the way the world is. You just basically have focused strictly on the Most High.
Yep.
And him dealing with you one-on-one.
Yep.
Man, that's crazy.
And having that righteousness in you.
Yeah.
Woo.
That's awesome. Chill up here.
Woo.
Genesis chapter 18, verse 26.
Right.
And the Lord said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
Wow, man.
And Abraham answered and said, behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord.
Right, go ahead.
Which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure, there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, peradventure, there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, oh, let not the Lord be angry.
What is this also showing about Abraham? What's another word? It's a P word. He was persistent. He was persistent, man. He didn't lack persistence of what he was trying to accomplish. It's crazy. These are the things that we're supposed to be looking at in these scriptures and saying, man, why did the Most High deal with these type of men? Well, he didn't lack persistence. He was persistent, he was consistent, he was diligent, right? He was willing. All these things that we're supposed to embody. And if we don't know it, covet the best gifts.
Right.
He said, listen, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Because don't think he didn't know who he was dealing with. He knew who he was dealing with. He knew at a blink of an eye, he'd be right there with the Sodomites.
That's true.
Burn. But he said, I'm trying to, don't be angry with me. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I'm just a man. Ashes and dust. Right? But listen, we just gotta make sure we're doing things the right way.
You also gotta look at the patience of the Most High, Yahushua too.
Oh yeah.
Because how many times your kids come up to you 3 times, ask for the same thing, then you get angry. I told you no the first time. You know what I mean?
Bruh. The worst thing is when when you go to your room and close your door, that's the sign to leave me alone.
Yeah.
Because I've been dealing with y'all all day. Right? And then as soon as nobody wants to talk to you when you're downstairs, and then as soon as you go to your room and close the door, you hear. And you're like, what? Who is it? Oh, can we? Yeah, go ahead. 2 seconds. You're like, whoa, what? And then patience. Because you want to blow up. And then they teach the baby to knock on the door. So what does he do? Hey, watch your brother. Then you hear. And you're like, what the? And you go, you're like, what? You're like, Mother Shah, what do you want? Bro, so you got 5 people knocking at the door at 5 different times.
There you go.
But here it is.
Yep.
Abraham kept knocking. He kept tapping that arrow. Right? And Yahweh Shai couldn't get frustrated. Like, nigga, what's your problem? Why? Because he had a point.
Yep.
Abraham, again, it was about Abraham's character. And Yahweh Shai was giving him a chance to show his character. Ain't that what he did with Judas?
He did.
Ain't that what he did with Moses? Right? And isn't that what he did with David? Isn't that what he did with Saul? He gave these men a chance to show their character. Judge nothing before it's time. So, very good lesson. If you want to look at this as parent and child, Yahweh Shai didn't get frustrated. It says the spirit of the Lord is not frustrated. They're going to come knocking at that door 15 times and you can't blow up.
Yep.
Right? Check to me. Check to me. Right? You just can't. Here it is. Go ahead.
And I
Good
will,
point.
I will speak. Peradventure, there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. Verse 31. And he said, behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure, there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake.
And Abraham had to keep going down because he's like, damn, it's real wicked over there. Like, I know I started with 50, but he gonna get down on me. Why? Because he knew what Sodom was on. He was like, maybe Lot didn't fall to what these cats was on. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
That's my reading.
That's it?
Sir.
Next reader.
I think I would just went to the point and sir, what if there's just one king? There's just one person there.
I think he does get to that point.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even went through 50 all the way down because I'd be so scared it was gonna zap me up.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It showed you the character of Abraham. He wasn't scared.
Yeah.
What's your problem?
Oh, she took me out.
Bro, get you a pen and a paper. Kids, man. Kids. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. Okay.
Michael, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yasharallah.
Michael, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yasharallah. Men of Israel. Hey, Michael. Barak.
Yahawah Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatah. Come on. Until he gets back. Benaiah. Yep. It's okay. No, come on. Until he gets back. I don't know what time he's gonna do that. But no, in the middle. Yep. In the middle. Step in the middle. Yeah, yeah. Right. So where we at?
The book of Genesis, chapter 18 and verse 32.
Right. So Genesis 18:32. You're reading into. You're gonna read to 19 and 29. Go ahead.
And he said, oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure, 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way as soon as he had left communing.
Right, when you look up that word communing, it means to conversate, to talk with. Go ahead.
With Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place.
Right. Any questions on chapter 18? All right, chapter 19.
Genesis chapter 19. And there came two angels to Sodom at even. And Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house.
Right.
And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter.
See that? The men of Sodom, young and old. There were all different age ranges there. Don't think it was just a bunch of old 50-year-old men. It was young men and old men. Right? All in the same mentality. What did they want to do? Go ahead.
And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night?
Right, read.
Bring them out to us,
right,
that we may know them.
Now, I know y'all are thinking like, man, bring them out so we can know their names. Nah, they weren't on that know their name. They wanted to know them. Like when it said Adam knew his wife Eve, and she conceived. They wanted to know them. They wanted to know them. Now, Elijah, you got your Josephus? You ready? You're gonna go to book 1, chapter 11. Section 1. Book 1, chapter 11. You got it?
I'm looking for it.
Bring your Josephus up here. Let me see. Let me help you out. So book 1, chapter 11. Oh, it's the same. Page 40. Oh, yeah, page 40. Okay. Read. So you're going to start here. Right? Yeah. So this is book 1. We're in the Josephus. Remember, Josephus is an Israelite historian. So he's going to give an account of what was going on in Sodom. Because let me ask y'all, who did the Sodomites come from? What nation? Ham, right? They came from Ham. And the Bible, there's parts that it's just not filled in. You know, you go from Ham, then all of a sudden you hear about the Sodomites. You don't really hear too much about them or how they rose or what was going on with them. So Josephus he fills in that history. That's all it is. This Josephus is just another history book that fills in some of the parts that the Bible doesn't go into. That's all it is, and that's why we use it. Right? The parts that match, we use it. The parts that don't, we throw those away. So, go ahead and read.
About this time, the Sodomites grew proud on account of their riches and grew wealth. And great wealth.
So what happened is, they started to get rich. They started to get prideful because they were rich. Remember, Sodom and Gomorrah was 5 cities. They had 5 kings. that ran those cities. Now, what happened was they got beat down by the Assyrians, right? And then Abraham went in, beat the Assyrians, and got them their riches back. So what did they? So it was wild because it was almost like the Most High was working on the favor of the Sodomites. Was he not? Through Abraham. Was he not? Khan, right? Khan. He went, sent Abraham. Abraham defeated the Assyrians, and that helped Sodom to rise further in power. So it said they became prideful because of their riches and their wealth. They were a wealthy 5 cities. Go ahead.
They became unjust towards men.
Go ahead.
And
impious
towards God.
So they became unjust towards men and impious, meaning they had no respect for the Most High. They started to lose that respect. To be pious, that respect for the Most High. Go ahead.
Insomuch that they did not call to mind the advantages they received from him.
Right, move forward real quick. Move closer. Elijah, move closer so the mic can pick you up. Insomuch they forgot about the advantages. Well, what was the advantage? Well, the Most High sent Abraham to defeat the Assyrian kings on y'all's behalf.
Wow.
They forgot about that. They was like,
wow.
We did that.
Wow.
They forgot. Go ahead.
They hated strangers.
They what?
They hated strangers.
So what happened was now they developed this hate for strangers off of what happened previously. Because remember, strangers came in and invaded them, the Assyrians. So now they developed a hate for strangers. Go ahead.
And abused themselves with
sodomatical practices. So what would they do to the strangers? We're going to abuse you with sodomatical practices. We hate you so much. This is what we're going to do. That's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, it's very sick. Think about it. Y'all remember the Haitian, the Levite brother? A lot of y'all aren't going to remember this because this happened so long ago. This happened in the 90s. Remember Abner Louima? Remember that name? Abner Louima? He was the Haitian in New York that got arrested, and the cops sodomized him with a broomstick, and they destroyed his intestines, and I think he won big money from the NYPD. But that was the mentality. We hate you so much, we're going to sodomize you. Because that's how let's think about it. Think about in slavery when they called it buck breaking, where the slave masters would go and they would rape the men. They would hold them down, tie them up, and they would break them. They would sodomize them. Why? To break them. You break that man's spirit, and you break his family. They did it right in front of his wife and his son and his daughter. Why? Because if we could break this big man, if we could break this giant, you ain't nothing to break. You see that? So this was a way for them to break the strangers that came in, but it was filthy. We know it was filthy. So and I want you to think about this. It said sodomatical practices. Think about this. That had to entail all different types of sodomy that was going on. If you think about why the Most High had to destroy the entire city, along with what was in the city. What is a city comprised of in these times? Let me ask you this, was it a city full of men? Who thinks it was all men? Who thinks it was all women? Wasn't it both? Men and women? Right? There were, like, Lot's wife was the only woman there? No. It was a city with men and women. It was 5 cities, actually. Didn't they have animals? Right? But why did the animals have to go? Because who can tell what the hell they were doing with them animals? Think about this. If men can sleep with sheep and goats today, you think these niggas wasn't doing that? You think they weren't sodomizing animals? And laying that, but why do you think the law said what? Don't, if a man lay with beasts, the man and the beast gets destroyed, right?
It's confusion.
It's confusion. You think they wasn't laying with beasts? Come on now. Look, we can't be closed-minded. They was on a high level of filth.
He was therefore much displeased at them.
Go ahead.
And determined to punish them for their pride.
Right.
And to overthrow their city. And to lay waste their country.
Go ahead.
Until there should neither plant nor fruit grow out of it.
You see that? And till this day, you can't grow nothing out of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's still sulfur. That hot sulfur that fell from the sky, go there now. And that place is just white sulfur. Nothing grows. That's how you know where Sodom and Gomorrah is. When you go to that region, nothing grows. It's crazy. Go ahead.
Concerning the Sodomites,
right?
Abraham, as he sat by the oak,
right,
of Mamre, and the door of his tent saw 3 angels, and thinking them to be strangers,
right,
he arose up and saluted them, and desired they would accept of an
where you at?
Verse 2.
Strangers, he rose up and desired that they would accept of an entertainment and abide with him. So he wanted to. Abraham was trying to entertain these angels. He said, "Listen, let me cook for you. Let me entertain you. Let me show you some hospitality." Go ahead.
Meal to be made. To which when they agreed, he ordered cakes of meal to be made presently.
Right, he ordered that from Sarah, his wife. Go ahead.
And when he had slain a calf, he roasted it and brought it to them as they sat under the oak. Now they made a show of eating, and besides, they asked him about his wife Sarah, where she was.
Go ahead.
And when he said she was within, they said they would come again hereafter and find her become a mother, upon which the woman laughed and said that it was impossible she should bear children, since she was 90 years of age, and her husband was 100. Then they counseled themselves no longer. Concealed themselves no longer, but declared that they were angels of God, and that one of them was sent to inform them about the child, and 2 of the overthrow of Sodom. Verse 3. Then Abraham heard this, he was grieved for the Sodomites, and he rose up and besought God for them.
You see that? He rose up and besought the Most High for them. Go ahead.
And
remember when they said Abraham once prayed for the Sodomites? That's what it's talking about. But this was this conversation between him and the Lord. Go ahead.
And entreated him that he would not destroy the righteous with the wicked. And when God had repelled that there was no good man among the Sodomites, for if there were but 10 such men among them, he would not punish of the Sodomites.
Okay, go ahead.
For he was a very generous and hospitable man, and one that had learned to imitate the goodness of Abraham.
Right.
Now when the Sodomites saw the young men to be of beautiful countenance.
Right. So the angels that came to Sodom, it said they were young men of beautiful countenances. Now, think about it. When you read the story of Samson and Manoah, right, his father and his mother, when the angel came, it said that he was of a beautiful countenance. Right? Because the angels could do that. They could come looking however they wanted. So they came. They were handsome, right?
Right.
And these men of Sodom were like, yeah, they handsome, right? Let us get to know them, right? Go ahead.
And this to an extraordinary degree.
And this to an extraordinary degree. Go ahead.
And that they took upon their lodgings with Lot, they resolved themselves to enjoy these beautiful boys by force and violence.
They wanted to enjoy these beautiful boys by force and by violence. Let us know them. You know what's wild? Even when I listen to my Bible app on this, the force that comes out of the reader's voice, he said that we may know them. Because it was a forceful, violent, let's get to know them. We want to rape these men. That's what they was on out there. Remember, it said they dealt with the strangers and they abused them. So that's what these men were on. I don't think Sodom and Gomorrah was some inviting play. They might have invited you in. But when you came and sat down to eat, it was a different story. You became the meal.
Wow.
Yeah, bro. I'm not sure how Lot avoided that. But I am sure how he avoided it. They knew who Lot had on his side, the Most High and Abraham. So they knew they probably couldn't mess with Lot because Abraham would have went in there and just destroyed him. That was the one thing that was going for Lot. Think about it. Abraham went in and fought 5 other kings with 300 men.
Yes.
So Lot had that name of Abraham on him. Don't mess with him because why? Abraham come get us, right? Abraham, that's Abraham's nephew. Abraham had got favor through the Sodomites, and they probably left. They more than likely had to have left Lot and his family alone, because it always like, how could he be down there and they ain't messing with him? But Abraham's good name kept the posterity of Lot, where he wasn't being abused like the rest of the strangers. Y'all see that? A good name, woo, goes a long way. A good name goes a long way, man. And the name you have can affect the people around you. Your good name can protect those around you. And you see it in the world, like, oh, that's my nephew. Or, oh, you such and such nephew? Man, you got it. Right? Oh, you got what I'm saying? Oh, man, you got it. Right? Because of how you carry yourself. So we got to remember the things that we do, that could have implications on others. If you represent something, you represent the whole thing. We always tell brothers, when you leave out of these walls and you get on the ISB HBK shirt and you're rocking the fringed up and you're wearing the fringes, you represent not just yourself, but you represent the school, you represent the Most High in Christ. When you wear fringes, you automatically represent Christ and the Most High and the law. But if you run around with fringes and you a gangbanger, you false flagging, you misrepresent. If you beating your woman and you rocking fringes while you doing it, you misrepresent. And then what happens is you put that name on all of us. All Israelites beat their women. No, they don't. I talk to mine. I talk to mine. I counsel with mine. I'm not beating nobody. I barely beat my kids. So the name that you carry, remember, it has implications. And you're going to generalize all of us with a bad name.
What does the scripture about that?
No, what you got?
Proverbs 22:1.
Yep, we can go there. Somebody get that. Somebody get that. Probably got to do a good name class. Hey, my name ring bells like Sunday at 12 o'clock, right? Hey, a name carries weight, man, throughout generations. Who got it? Well, one of y'all can get it too. Yeah.
Got it.
Go read, Elijah.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 1.
Right?
A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches
Yep.
and loving favor rather than silver and gold.
Yeah, loving favor rather than, think about it, Lot got favor on the behalf of Abraham's good name. Perfect scripture. A good name than silver and gold. But what do niggas take their name for? What do we always put a stain on our name for? For the silver and for the gold. I'm trying to get this bag. But you're known as the man that killed everybody in your circle to get the bag.
Wow.
You destroyed everybody around you for the come up. See, Abraham wasn't on that. Abraham was like, man, look, a good name. And this is what I want y'all to understand is that Abraham wasn't sitting there with Proverbs. Let's go to the book of Proverbs to see a good name. Abraham rolled in that mentality. He didn't have Proverbs.
Nope.
All he had was righteous teachings to say, wait a minute, if I move this certain way, these certain things are going to come. He was really just going out to save his nephew. But look at the implications down the line of the way he dealt with the kings of Sodom.
Right.
He was like, listen, I don't want nothing from y'all except for what the men ate. That's it. For their little eating, because they had to eat, right? And whatever things they took. But I don't want nothing. I'm good. Look, take what you want. I just want give me my nephew, get him free, and whatever the men ate. And y'all are good in my book. And Abraham went and paid his tithes, right? Because that's what it said. Right? But look at down the line the implications of the way Abraham rolled. It's crazy, man. Damn, why are they calling me? Can't answer that right now. Y'all see this? I mean, don't y'all ever wonder, like, how come Lot, if he was in Sodom and Gomorrah, he wasn't getting raped? Well, we know why. It doesn't say it, but you could get the understanding that, wait a minute, they feared Abraham. They feared Abraham. If the Most High wanted to, he could have sent Abraham down and destroy that place. You know that, right? But Abraham was only going to be able to accomplish one level of destruction. The Most High was like, no, I got to let an anomaly happen to this place to show you how wicked it is. He could have sent Abraham with those 300 men to wipe out Sodom. But I need something spectacular. I need something glorious. I need something marvelous, right? That's going to be talked about from ages to where you can't even grow on the land a little patch of grass. That's the Most High, though. That's how the Most High works, man. I need a miracle. Right. Jump back to Genesis. You're going to hold that Josephus. We learn, I mean, if we're paying attention, there's a lot of lessons that we're learning here. And a lot of these things is hitting me right now, like, dang, how come Lot wasn't getting tortured? How come he wasn't being treated like the rest of the strangers? Abraham got him favor. Abraham's name rung bells amongst the Sodomites. Where they were like, okay, we ain't gonna mess with him, because if Abraham come down here, what's gonna stop him from destroying us 5, like how he destroyed 5 Assyrian kings? We couldn't even fight the Assyrians and win. We lost to the Assyrians, but
Book of Genesis chapter 19 and verse 6. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wicked. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man.
Right, now, he had 2 daughters, and let's make sure we clear this up. When they said they had not known men, because remember, it tells you when you read on that his daughters had husbands. When you read on, right? Their husbands stayed back. They didn't know men. They were more than likely betrothed to men, but they didn't lay with no men. So Lot is at the point where he'd rather give his daughters to these men so they can have women and not break the law and lay with these men. You see that? He'd rather give his daughters up to these garbage men. Why? To keep some level of sanity and keep some level of peace and some level of cleanliness. But who knows what they was going to do with them women? They was probably going to, you can only imagine what they was going to do. Go ahead.
let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes.
Go ahead.
Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow come in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge.
He said what?
And he will needs be a judge.
Go ahead.
Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they were wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, hast thou here any besides son-in-law?
You see that? Because they had there was a son-in-laws here.
Right.
Right? But they weren't, obviously, they didn't lay with they were betrothed. That's the only thing that we can come to where Lot was trying to give his daughters up. That would have been, I mean, what would have been the difference if he would have gave them up to commit adultery? What would have been the difference? There would have been no difference, right? The breaking the law is breaking the law. You break one, you break them all. That's what the scriptures say. There's no different level of law breaking. You see that? There's no different level of law breaking. So he wouldn't have said, hey, commit adultery with my daughters to stop sodomy from happening. It's all breaking of the law. So they just had to be betrothed, where they didn't lay with those men. Go ahead.
And thy sons and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord.
Right, the cry of them, the sons, the daughters, right? The ones that are with you. Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't crying. They liked their wickedness. It said they got prideful. So they wasn't crying like, oh yeah, Lord, come destroy us for our wickedness. It was the ones that they was abusing that was crying out. Go ahead.
And the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law.
And the Lord had sent us to destroy it. Woo! Man. You know why that's so cold? It's just cold. It's just like, bro, the power of the angels, the power that they had to destroy things. Remember the story when David numbered the people?
Right.
And it said the angel rose and stood up above Jerusalem, and he had his sword out, and he was just destroying the place. Just imagine that. You look up and like the angel is just hovering. Right, Michael. He's just hovering. And it's just destruction and wind and whatever he wants to destroy with.
Right.
And all you can do is just know that, damn, it's the Most High. Ugh.
Yeah, because the Most High just says that's enough.
The Most High had to tell him, yeah, like, okay, that's enough. That's enough, Michael. Right? That's enough, Gabriel. Whatever angel it was.
Wow.
But to be able to see these things, man, to be able to think about it. You know, when you deal with Elisha and Elijah, they were able to call fire from heaven. So imagine just these men there praying to the Most High, and all of a sudden brimstone and fire starts to fall from the heavens. Whew. The coldest part about it is the power we had. The power we had to do these things. Think about it. The apostles, when they rolled with Christ, they had the ability to do that. Remember, he asked Christ. He said, shall we call down fire from heaven? When there was a city that wouldn't receive them, he said, shall we call down? He said, shall we pray and call down fire from heaven? He was like, no, the Son of Man didn't come to destroy lives, but to save lives. He said, we ain't here for that. So the apostles had the power, Elijah, they had the power to pray for fire. Remember it said Elisha, he prayed for no rain.
Right.
And it didn't rain for years. He prayed and it rained. Imagine having that power where you could pray to the Most High and he stops it from raining. Bruh, the power, the connection. That's what we're reading about here.
Right.
The connection that we had to the Most High where we could pray for fire on a city. And not just any old fire, brimstone, sulfur, chunks of rock that falls from the sky. I'm saying, you better take it literal. You better take it literal. You better take it literal, man, because that's what we were doing literally. Where the Most High would send angels and they would just destroy a city. And you would look up and you would see Michael or an angel with his sword unsheathed. Just orchestrating destruction. Take it as, he that hath the air, let him hear. Right? Where are we at?
Look at Genesis chapter 19 and verse 14.
Man, it just shows you how far removed we are from the glory of the Most High. We don't see a damn thing. We ain't barely seeing anything, man. Remember when Elijah prayed to uncover the man's eyes and he seen all the chariots and angels round about? He said, more are with us than with them.
Yes.
And he prayed to the Lord and the Most High revealed to him. And it said it was chariots that encompassed the whole city and fire. Bro, don't you think that's happening now?
Yes, sir.
Imagine if we could see what the Most High wanted us to see spiritually. And the angels literally manifested themselves to us. You would probably see America just surrounded. You probably look up and just see chariots just surrounding this place ready. Remember, he said the destruction is ready here on earth.
Right.
He said it's ready on earth. Imagine if you could look up into the sky and just, damn, those ain't stars. Wait a minute. Those are, so half of them lights up in the sky is chariots? Ooh. Just sitting there? Imagine. I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna put this in the camp text and I want y'all to tell me what this is. I'm gonna put this in the camp text and I want y'all to tell me what this is. I'm gonna send it to you. Can you put it up? You know how to do that?
No.
You know how to do that, Mathanaya? If I send her something, I want y'all to tell me what this is. Tell me what y'all see here. Because I'm still baffled. Now this is a photo I took. This is a photo I took at about 8:30 in the morning a few mornings ago. And I haven't really shared it with nobody because I'm still like, wait a minute. What is that, me Lord? What is this thing? Boom. Right? Boom. Now, everybody go to the ISB HPK group text, and then I'm going to send it to, who am I going to send it to?
I could just save the picture from here.
From the ISB? Yep.
I think I should be able to.
Just put that in the chat. Put that on the screen real quick and tell me what y'all see. Now, that's the sun. What are them other two lights next to it? Wait till y'all see this. Y'all gonna be like, wait a minute, what? Because the whole time I sat there dumbfounded, like, what is going on? Now, mind you, the little round thing, is what? What do y'all think that is?
The sun.
That's the sun. So what is the blue light and the orange light? Con. What is those lights? Now, this is 8:30 in the morning. You know how it's cloudy in the mornings?
Right.
It's been real cloudy these last couple of mornings. So I dropped the kids off at school. You know, Manashah, he likes to not go inside after we get out the car. He wants to roam around the yard. And so I sit out there with him for about an hour, let him run around, burn himself out a little bit, get him some fresh air. And I look up, and the clouds are going real fast. Like, I mean, they're just moving. And I look up like, whoa, what's going on? The sun a light and another light. What is that? Somebody talk to me. See, there's so many things happening around us, and we're not spiritually in tune to even comprehend the things that are happening. The angelic forces around us, the spirits around us, man. These men that the Most High that he's dealing with, they were a lot more in tune. Remember, Hebrews 1:1, in sundry times and in times past, he spoke unto the fathers in diverse manners. But why could he speak to them in these diverse manners? Well, because they could understand it. They could see it. Spiritually, they could be in tune with it. The burning bush. How many of y'all are going to see a burning bush and even stand around to talk to it? Nobody, right? The bush is burning, you're going to run off and get a fire extinguisher. Or call 911. You just put out the bush, right? I'm extinguishing crime. But think about it. There's many burning bushes in our lives. And instead of hearing it out, you run for the extinguisher and you drown out that voice. There's many diverse manners that the Most High speaks to us. Right? But all we really have is, well, we got to read the word. But I mean, y'all see the photo. What is it? What is that? That's some, I got another one I can share. I got another one. Me and Noah was driving last Saturday, coming from the mall after class. You got the sun on this side, and then right next to it, you have a rainbow the same size as the sun, or a little bit smaller, a rainbow. Not the rainbow, but a part of a rainbow. Right there in the sky. What's that? It didn't even rain last Saturday. Where's that? Rainbows usually come when what? Right. So what's going on up there? Well, there's many things happening that we're not privy to. That we can only sit back and say, man, Barakatah Yahweh, the Spirit is up there working, the Most High is working, he's showing little small things here and there, but we still can't. I don't know what the hell that is. I can't tell you what them two lights are and why the sun looks the way it looks, outlined. It was outlined like that. It wasn't my camera. It was outlined in that outline. Then it had them two lights. What's going on here? You see the point? Now the men of ancient times, they'd be able to say, oh yeah, see Christ, this, that, angels, why? Because they were privy to that. They were privy to that information. They had that deeper connection. They were more connected in the spirit to the Most High. So when you got men coming in saying, listen, we're going to destroy this city, those men called down fire. They spoke to the Most High. They destroyed that city. Those angels. They caused that destruction. Bahasham Yahushai. You see that? Very, very important. Where we at?
Look at Genesis chapter 19, verse 14. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy two daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city.
Mm-hmm. Lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. Mm-hmm.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand.
Yeah, he was lingering, man. He like lingering on too long. Like, bro, you don't think that this is real? It's real. Get up out of here. Go ahead.
And upon the hand of his wife.
Right.
And upon the hand of his two daughters.
Right.
The Lord being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain.
Right, escape to the mountain. Go ahead.
Lest thou be consumed.
Right, read.
And Lot said unto them, O not so, my Lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight.
Uh-huh.
And thou hast magnified thereby magnify thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die.
See, Lot should have just listened. Lot should have just listened and went to the mountain. So here we go. Little bit of rebellion here with this guy. You know why he should have went where the Lord told him? Because when he chose his own path, who did he mess up? Whose thought process? His daughters. So now he took them to some isolated place. What are they thinking? There's no other people around.
Right.
He should have followed what the Lord said. Go here. He was like, no, I want to go to Zoar. Now remember, Zoar was one of the 5 cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. So it wasn't totally wiped out. When you look up Zoar, that was one of the places of Sodom and Gomorrah. That was one of the 5 cities. So he chose in his slight rebellion to what? I kind of want to stick around a little bit over here. I feel like this is going to be my safety. Nigga, you just got pulled out of a city by some angels that you didn't know was going to get destroyed. Wouldn't you just go along with the plan? But he tried to develop a plan in the midst of being rescued. You can't come up with your own rescue plan if you're not rescuing yourself. A little bit of rebellion here. Oh yeah. So then he isolates himself in another city, and we know what happens with his daughters. We'll read it. Go ahead.
Behold now, this city is near to flee unto. And
yeah, it's close. It's small. I can make it here. Go ahead.
And it is a little one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me escape thither. It is not a little one.
Is it not a little one?
Is it not a little one?
Mm-hmm.
And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for the which thou hast spoken.
Most High said, go ahead. Do your thing. Go ahead and do your thing. I won't destroy this one for you. You're going to be here, go ahead. What he should have did was just say, you know what? Let me follow what the Lord got laid down for me. Go ahead.
Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar.
Mm-hmm.
The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar.
Right.
Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And he overthrew those cities and all the plain,
Mm-hmm.
and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him,
Mm-hmm.
and she became a pillar of salt.
Right, because was it the fact of her just looking? No, it wasn't that she just looked. It was what? What were we gonna say?
Still she didn't sever her connection to it.
Right. She didn't cut those ties with the city as far as the filth. It was almost a look back like, man, I'm gonna miss that. Damn. Yeah, her mentality. Her mentality was connected. Her mentality wasn't connected to her safety and to being rescued. It was, wait a minute. They getting destroyed, but where we gonna live? What we gonna do? Remember he told us not to look back to Egypt? Not to run back to Egypt? Same thing. It's the same thing. Woe to them that go down to Egypt and cover with a spirit but not of my spirit. Why? Because Egypt was no good for us. Sodom and Gomorrah was no good for us. It was meant to be destroyed, and if you had the mentality towards it, like, wait a minute, why is it being destroyed? Like, I don't see anything wrong with it. Ain't that the Okay, let me dial it back a little bit. this is typical of our women. The women without knowledge, right? They'll sit around with the homosexual men. That's my bestie, right? They have their kids around. I don't see anything wrong with it. They know, well, that's my bestie. I let him babysit my kids and this, that, and the third, and they don't see nothing wrong with it until the destruction starts to come, and then they still don't see nothing wrong with it. I was, yeah. What were you gonna say?
No, I'm just saying that right there should be a lesson mentally to don't look back.
Don't look back.
Wickedness that you. Cause what I want to look back at that old way for.
Remember Lot's wife.
Right.
What did she do? She looked back in the mind of, wait a minute, what's going on? Why? I mean, think about it. You hear some brimstone and fire. You gonna look back to like, whoa, right?
Right.
Making sure you ain't catching a brimstone. You gonna see things through your peripheral,
Right.
and you gonna see fire and destruction, and you gonna be like, dang.
Right.
But not in the, oh my God, my beautiful home. That's like when they start destroying America, when the angels come to grab us, and the chariots, and you looking down like, damn, they destroy Whataburger. Nigga, please, you can have Whataburger. Damn, man, they done destroyed Atlanta. Who the hell's gonna be looking back talking about, wow, they destroyed Atlanta and San Fran.
Exactly.
My beautiful home. Be like, you can have it, the baby and the bathwater, right?
I was just wondering if she kind of took a cue off of Lot veering off his path, because
Well,
he got a little bit,
teach not thy wife an evil lesson against thyself. Where was she getting her cues from? Lot. Remember, Lot was like, okay, it's time to get up out of here. But even Lot was tarrying. It said he tarried, right? He took he was taking his time. Like, you prayed against this place, you hated it, and then you got the opportunity, get up. Get up and go. A lot of brothers and sisters are faced with, this story always comes to mind when you got brothers or sisters, they live in a whole other state, right? And it's like, man, I gotta be around the brothers. And it's like, okay, well, you know where we at. And they get the opportunity to leave whatever city they're in, and they can move, wherever the school is, Houston, VA, Rochester, whatever. And this story always comes to mind because, and I always remind them, you're like Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah right now. And all these different things are gonna come to try to hold you in this city. But the first opportunity you have, you gotta take it. You gotta leave. And what's gonna happen is the people that are with you, they might have families, they might be by themselves. They're gonna be wanting to hold on to the ideas of where y'all are, but where are we gonna live? That don't matter. Where am I gonna, that don't matter. Where am I gonna work? What are we gonna drive? Like, you're gonna work at a job, you're gonna live in a house, you're gonna drive a car. You may not get all those things right away, you might have to rebuild. But the opportunity to leave, take it. Because you may not get that opportunity again. You see that? You can't tarry. It says tarry not from day to day. You can't tarry like Lot did. Because that tarrying, what does it put in the mind of the ones that are around you that, wait a minute, if we do leave, if it's taking you this long as the leader to make a move, then there gotta be something worthwhile for us to hold on to here. The weaker minds are gonna be like, well, Pops ain't trying to go. He ain't picking up and leaving. So there gotta be something here. Let me look for the something. Lot's wife was looking for the something. What can I hold on to? What mentality can I hold on to from there? You see that? So she ends up a casualty of a thought process. Remember Lot's wife. Don't be a casualty to your thoughts. The Most High say do it, just do it. He told them before, right? He said, don't look back. Where was it? Lingered men on his hand, Lot went, spake, and in the morning, take that wife, 2 daughters, which are at least thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. Lord being merciful unto him, go out forth, set him in a place, and come to pass. When they, right, it's verse 17, and it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither say thou in all the plain. Neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. So she blatantly went against everything that was commanded. Think about it. If I'm looking to save my life, which is supposed to be in front of me, I don't got time to look back. Anyway, I don't got time to look back behind me if I'm trying to save my life. I know what's behind me: death, destruction, hurt, pain. Right? Why? How do I know? Well, I've been through it. Too many of us, while we're trying to reach forward, you're doing this. What am I missing? Hey, oh, they in the club? Damn, I missed the club. Oh, they in the beach? Oh, I missed the beach. Oh, they at parties? I missed the beach. But look, you're groping and you're missing your salvation. The angel got his hand out and he's like, grab my hand. And you're like, I'm grabbing it, but the beach, the kicking it, the parties, the homies, right? The free time, sleep. Yeah. Right? Wow, man. When you looking this way, how can you guide your salvation? You can't. Because looking forward is study, discipline, standard, more discipline, chastisements. Look, blessings. Blessing upon blessing upon blessing, right? Obedience. Right? But you're not seeing that because you're like, damn, they partying. My hand is getting tired. Right? They partying. They going out to restaurants. They eating dinner. They get to spend time abundantly with their families, vacations. Damn, look at that water. It's so blue. That water is so blue. Man, that food, it looks good. I'm just eating manna. Right? All I got is this manna to eat. Right? They eating lasagna with the G. Right? But it's real. You worried about what's happening in Sodom and Gomorrah and not understanding, wait a minute, I got a path for you. Follow this path real quick and I got you. And we missed the mark. The angel got his hand out trying to pull you up out the mire and you're too caught up with what that past life had to offer. Here's the lesson. You're going to just get frozen in time. Lot's wife is frozen in time as an example of what not to do. It says it in Luke, and we're going to read it. Remember Lot's wife, right? It's one of the shortest scriptures in the Bible. Remember Lot's wife. 3 words. But those are some of the most impactful words of the whole Bible. What is it to remember about her? That she was more consumed with looking back, right? What does it say in Philippians? What does it say in Philippians, right? Go to Philippians real quick. Go to Philippians 3. Philippians 3:13. Read that.
Philippians chapter 3 and verse 13.
Go ahead.
Brethren, I count not myself to have
apprehended, right? Or gained something, because that's not where the mind should be like, oh, I accomplished. As long as you're alive, you haven't accomplished a damn thing. There's still accomplishments to be had. There's still goals to reach. Go ahead.
But this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind.
And that's what Lot's wife should have did. She should have forgot what the hell was going on back there just because of the destruction. Think about it. When you see something going bad, don't you just drop that idea? Next idea. She didn't want to drop the idea of this place. She didn't understand the magnitude. Like, you start seeing the first fire fall, and you're like, whoa, obviously that's a bad idea. She wasn't there. She wasn't there. She held on to the idea. All you got to do is look at the people that were in the past, right? Because the Most High ain't destroying cities right now. He's destroying people, right? Look at the drug dealer. Look at the hot girl summers. I mean, come on, man. Let me ask y'all a question. Does anybody here talk to people outside of the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. You know why you should? You get a great idea of how the Most High is working. You get a great idea of how the Most High is working for your behalf and working against the ones that don't have it. But he's also working for them. He's trying to get them to get it. He does things in their lives to get them to wake up. Just like how he did in all of our lives, right? You lived the life into a certain point and you were like, dang, wait a minute, this can't be it. And the Most High was like, yeah, you're right, son. That's not it. Here, let me show you a better way. Right? So he's doing the same thing with them, but it's a lesson for us to be able to say, dang, Most High, man, look how he's doing these people. Like, the one reason why I look at the news, I hate doing it, but I do it. It's a constant reminder of the Most High is constantly giving us examples on why not to look back at that old life. Because really, truthfully, what's in that old life? All the hurt, all the pain, all the confusion, all the things that people that are not trying to deal with the word have, right? And being in the truth and having the Bible doesn't exempt you from hurt, from pain, but you know what it does give you? An understanding of how to deal, right? It gives you an understanding of how to deal with things and how to get past things and get over things. We're not going to be exempt from levels of hurt, levels of pain. There's going to always be confusion everywhere, right? There's always going to be these things, but how do I deal with confusion? How do I deal with the hurt? How do I deal with the pain? How do I deal with the monogamy? How do I deal with the being obedient? How do I deal, who asked it? Ivy, she asked a real good question last night. How do I, what was it? It was, I wrote it down, and it was a real good question. How do I keep my confidence while going through the different things in the truth, the trials and the ups and the downs? How do I stay confident in the Lord? You know, that's a very good question, because a lot of us, we tend to go through our thing and then the Lord ain't with me. Of course he's with you. He's the one bringing you through it. But see, in the world, they don't get that. They don't get that in the world. We should have the understanding that, wait a minute, think not of the fiery trial. Think not the fiery trial that set before you. Don't be astonished and amazed, right? Because why? I made the trial. I'm walking you up to the trial, and guess what I'm going to do? Carry you right through it. You just have to do certain things with your mentality. They don't have that in the world. They're like, shit, why am I going through this? Well, might as well sell drugs to get out of it. Then they sell drugs, they end up in jail. Like, damn, why am I going through this? Well, might as well live this jail life. They add folly to sin and sin to folly with no way out, and it's a bad cycle. You see that? And then all they can do is look back at the old life and say, damn, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We get to look back and say, Barakatah Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, I don't have to keep living like that. So remember, finish that scripture. Read it from the top.
Philippians chapter 3 and verse 13. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended.
Remember, you haven't accomplished what you're set to accomplish. You haven't finished running your race. Don't act like it. Don't act like you achieved to the highest level. As long as you're here, there's achievements to be had. And there's goals to be set. And there's things to be done in the spirit. Go ahead.
But this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind.
Right.
And reaching forth unto those things which are before.
Yeah, reaching for those things that are before, but not groping like a slave at noonday. You just groping at the damn grope, just to grow. You just reaching out and grabbing air. No, you gotta look at the prize. Watch, read on.
I press toward the mark for the prize.
I press towards the mark for the prize. The mark. I have to see it to know that that's the mark. I press towards it, looking and reaching and walking and running. A goal is set before my eyes. Read.
of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus.
Go ahead.
Let us therefore, as many as be perfect, be thus minded.
So if you think you of apprehended, you better be this minded. You better have your mind set this way. Don't look behind. Don't worry about what they doing in the former life. Don't be Lot's wife. Don't worry about, remember he said, don't worry about how the wicked are going to be punished. Right? You can go there, 2nd Ezra, go there real quick. See, these are all the things that was hitting her. Well, man, I wonder what's happening with them. Who cares? Who cares what's happening with them? Right? 2nd Ezra 9 and verse 13. Somebody, you got that? You got all the scriptures. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 9 and verse 13.
Go ahead.
And therefore, be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished.
Go ahead.
And when.
And when? See, that's not where our mind should be. Like, when are you going to punish them, Lord? They're going to get theirs. Where your mind should really be is what? Read.
And inquire how the righteous shall be saved.
Right.
Whose the world is, and for whom the world is created.
It says, but inquire how the righteous will be saved. So if I'm inquiring on righteous, how they're going to be saved, I got no time to look at what the hell the wicked is doing. And how they're going to be punished. That's not even a part of our equation. We know they're going to get whatever they get. A man shall reap what he sows. Right? So even if Lot's wife was like, man, I wonder what's going on with them back there. Wrong. You're supposed to be watching your step. Seeing how you escape clean. You see that? That's how we should be thinking. How am I going to escape the madness and not get caught up in the contention of the world, the emotions of the world? We're too caught up in how are they going to get theirs and not as caught up in how do I escape the destruction. You see that? Go back to Philippians. Read it.
Philippians chapter 3 and verse 15 from the top. Let us therefore, as many as be perfect,
right,
be thus minded.
Be thus minded, that you need to press towards your mark. And in pressing towards your mark and your goals and a standard for yourself, I don't have time to look back. It doesn't even work. Can you walk and look behind you?
No. Run into something.
You're going to run into something. You're going to stumble and fall. You're going to trip. You're going to lose your balance. We went over the class. The Hawam so beautifully went over that class about the plan B. Walking the straight and narrow. Once you get a chance, I want every adult in here to do it. And you children. When you get a chance, don't do it now. When you're in the comfort of your own home with nothing around to destroy your body, I want you to take a few steps from your living room to your kitchen. Walking forward, but looking backwards. And I want to see if you don't veer off into the wall. Tell me you don't veer off the, you look at an intended course, like I'm going to walk straight. And you start walking, and next thing you know, you hit the wall.
Absolutely.
Because that's always bound to happen. It's bound to happen. What mind should we be in? Well, the mind should be walking circumspect. Well, how do I walk circumspect? Because I can't walk and look behind me. I can't walk and look up. I can't walk and look down. Well, I got to have other people around me that are looking out for my well-being, watching my back, watch my six, as they say in the military, right? You got my back. I got your back. As long as we're walking together, guess what we can do? Put the minds together and observe. I dare you to do it. Walk forward while looking backwards and see what happens. Walk forward and look up. You're going to veer. You're going to veer. You did it. Remember you did it as a kid? You were walking like, trying to chase the stars. And you're like, whoa, how do I get over here? Because it's impossible to do. That straight and narrow, there's a prize and a goal. And your mind has to be set on that goal, but not just your mind. Your eyes have to be fixed on it. Where there's no vision, the people perish. Read on.
And if any think ye be otherwise minded?
And if you're otherwise minded, if you thinking something else is going to happen, read.
God shall reveal even this unto you.
Remember Lot's wife. Remember Lot's wife. He revealed it to her. Your mind is in the wrong place, sis. Boop. She didn't get a chance to rethink her steps. But guess what? You do. See, the beautiful thing about that connection being severed to where he turned a woman into salt on the spot, you get a little bit of grace and mercy to be able to make a mistake and then learn from your mistake. That's the only beautiful thing about that connection not being so heavy. You don't get all the immediate calling fire from heaven, but you don't get turned into a pillar of salt when you mess up either. You don't just drop dead like the priests used to when they came with an unclean thought into the temple. Right? You don't just get the earth opened up and swallowed you when you get rebellious. You see how that is? You see how that Most High works? So we got grace, we got mercy, but he's showing us here how we need to be walking towards these marks, how we got to set our mind. Remember Lot's wife. Go back. What's that?
They show it in the movies, like when the main character's trying to do something that betters themselves or is like great for them. They always say, I can't look back. I can't. Once they say their final goodbyes, they're like, I can't look back because then I'm not gonna leave.
Right. It's gonna pull me. It's gonna pull me, and it's gonna keep me where I know I shouldn't be. Yeah. I mean, they give us. He's absolutely right. They give us all these. They give us all these things in movies to water it, but they also hide the jewels in the movies and the shows to show you, no, look, this is how you really should be moving. Make your move and just stick to it. You know, but we don't even, again, we miss the lessons, the little jewels and everything, because we look at a lot of things the wrong way. So we got to get back to getting the right lenses on things. Let's jump back to Genesis.
Book of Genesis, chapter 19 and verse 27. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain. And beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow.
Now check this out. I'm going to read this real quick. I'm going to jump back to the Josephus. I'll read it just for time. This is book 1, chapter 11, section 4. It says, but the Most High was much displeased at their impudent behavior, so that he both smote those men with blindness. Give me one sec. Let me read up. So remember we finished off. It said, so now when the Sodomites saw the young men to be of beautiful countenances, and this to an extraordinary degree, and they that looked upon their lodgings, and they that took their lodgings with Lot, they resolved themselves to enjoy these beautiful boys by force and by violence. And when Lot exhorted them to sobriety and not to offer anything immodest to the strangers, but to have regard to their lodging in his house, he promised that if their inclinations could not be governed, he would expose his daughters to their lusts. Instead of these strangers, neither thus were they made ashamed. But God was much displeased at their impudent behavior, so that he both smote these men with blindness and condemned the Sodomites to universal destruction. But Lot, upon God's informing him of the future destruction of the Sodomites, went away, taking with him his wife and daughters, check this out, who were 2 and still virgins. Remember it said they had not known men? So he's giving it to us here. They were virgins. For those that were betrothed to them were above the thoughts of going. Those that were betrothed to them were above the thoughts of going. What is he saying? The sons-in-laws, remember they said they thought it was foolish? They were above the thoughts of leaving Sodom and Gomorrah. So guess what happened? What happened to them? They got destroyed. So what were they on? What were they on? You just got to think about it. If Lot was vexed about the conversation and seeing certain things and other men weren't vexed, you co-signed. They at least co-signed the filth. So they didn't want to go. They're like, no, we good here. We like it.
Dang,
right?
man.
We like it here. Right? Let's see here. And deemed that Lot's words were trifling. Oh man, you trifling. Then God cast a thunderbolt upon the city and set it on fire with its inhabitants and laid waste the country with light burning. As I formerly said when I wrote the Jewish war, but Lot's, check this out, but Lot's wife continually turning back to view the city as she went from it. And being too nicely inquisitive, what would become of it, although God had forbidden her to do so, was changed into a pillar of salt. For I have seen it, and it remains at this day. And guess what? I've seen it, and it remains at this day. When the brothers of Light of Zion and House of David go to Israel, they go to the cave, because it's still there. The cave that Lot went to with his daughters. You can see the cave entrance, and you can see the coldest part about it is, not even 100 feet is Lot's wife from that cave door.
Wow.
Yeah, she missed it by a few feet. Think about it. She's here and the damn cave door's right there.
Wow.
You can see the pillar of salt. It's right there. It's marked, cave, Lot's wife. They got like little. It's crazy. She missed the mark. Damn, just missed it. Why? Because your salvation is nearer than you know. Right? Ain't that what the Bible says? The Bible says, redeeming the time, that our salvation is nearer than what we believe. Her salvation was right there at that cave door. And she's right here getting frozen in time because she wants to look not at the salvation part, but at the cave door. You see that? You want to look more at Instagram, Facebook, novels, movies, television, but studying is right here to save you. Wisdom and knowledge shall be the strength of thy time and the salvation. You looking over here at what's killing you, but the salvation is here. Not only a feet away. Your Bible be right next to you, and you got the remote in your hand. Your salvation is right here. But you caught up in this. Remember Lot's wife. She was right there. That's the part that always gets me about it. She ain't that far from the cave. Right? So where we at? Go to Genesis.
Genesis 19 and verse 29.
And that's where you end, right?
Kind of.
Okay.
And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt.
Right. Yep. Any questions on that so far? Sodom and Gomorrah, baby. Next reader. Let me get you in there. No, you good. You anxious. Shama'ala, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yasha'ala. Hey, Mikey. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Thumb.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Rakafah. Shemai Allah.
How you pronounce?
Shammai Allah.
Shammai.
Shammai, listen.
Oh.
We tend to say the names pretty quickly and miss the pronunciation.
Yeah, that's right for me.
Shammai Allah. Shammai Allah.
But, just start at verse 30, right?
Yeah, you're going to start at verse 30.
Okay. Genesis chapter 19. Genesis chapter 19, verse 30. And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him. But he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave.
But see, my thing is, like, why would you pick that place and then fear? You picked it. Is it not a little one? Right? Why would you pick it and then not go out? Again, you should have went where the Most High said to go. Lord said, look, go. He said, no, I got a spot, Lord. Most High said, okay, go ahead. Go ahead then. Go ahead.
He and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in to us after the manner of all the earth.
How naive were they? How naive were they?
Wow.
To think that every man on the earth was destroyed.
Wow.
Come on now. How naive to think that every man was destroyed because he destroyed these cities. They were isolated in this cave, man. Go ahead.
Come, let us make our father drink wine.
Right.
And we will lie with him.
Right.
That we may preserve seed of our father.
Right.
Verse 33. They made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father.
Mm-hmm.
And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And
how strong was the drink?
Man.
You know, and it's wild because when there's it's crazy. You know, when you even read. I mean, that drink had to be strong.
Yes, sir.
It had to be strong because remember when it said Noah got drunk, right? And he lay out in his tent. You know
that stuff was pretty.
It was pure. Yeah. You know, for him to get even when you deal with who is it? Jacob, Rachel, and Leah. When for him to have Leah and not know until the next morning, we had a feast. That drink had to put your damn goggles out, right? You had to be some dang, like, oh man. But that's why I said you drank in season. You drank in moderation. Why? Because that drink was so pure back then. The blood of that grape was different. That was a different level, man. Where we drink trash these days.
Water,
yeah. It's like strong. Imagine strong drink back then. I can only imagine. But that's why he said strong drink was raging. You know? But think about it, man. For him to drink that much and not even remember that, wait a minute, it's just me and my daughters here? Wow.
It was.
I mean, wow. Come on. Just to not remember that it's just you and your daughters. That strong drink he had to have been beyond drunk. Beyond faded. Where he couldn't know when they rose up and got up and laid down?
Absolutely. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, the level. There was a high level
absolutely.
going on here.
Too.
Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 19, verse 34. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, behold, I lay yesternight with my father.
Mm-hmm.
Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go down in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine at night also.
And where did they learn that filth from?
Oh.
Where did they learn that filth from? Yeah. Where were they at? They were in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, sir.
So what were they out there doing in Sodom and Gomorrah? All types of immoral sexual acts. Laying with family, laying with close kin. Right? Now you see why we had to have that law? Now, remember, this is the time of Abraham, right? And they're thinking that, wait a minute, we have to do something to preserve our father's seed. But now we know that Abraham didn't do this. Abraham's brothers didn't lay with their children. You know, Abraham, his brothers, they took the nieces because that was lawful at the time. That was what was needed to preserve that bloodline, and it wasn't going to be your close kin. You see that? Then the cousins and things like that. So
that's a to sit up there and have you know, that intercourse right there with
your daddy?
Dad, that's a bastard child.
Well,
that is.
Watch this. Go to Deuteronomy real quick. But let's finish reading this and then we'll go to Deuteronomy. Because you're absolutely right.
Verse 35.
Go ahead.
And they made their father drink wine that night also.
Right.
And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot child by their father.
Right.
And the firstborn bare his son, called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, called his name Benaiah. The
Right.
Same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day.
Go to Deuteronomy real quick, 23 and verse 2. So Lot's children literally, they broke the law, right?
Right.
They broke the law. They weren't supposed to lay with their father. The Bible, we went through it last night. We went over Leviticus, the 18th chapter. You shouldn't lay with your father or your mother. Right? So Deuteronomy, read that for me.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23 and verse 2.
Right.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Right. A bastard shall not enter in the congregation of the Lord. So, you know, people go here, oh, bastard, mamzar, right? They don't understand what it's going into. Read on.
Even to his 10th generation.
Right.
Shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Read.
An Amorite or Moabite
go ahead.
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Why? Because they were bastards. They were what? What were they? They were children of incest. He said they should not enter into the kingdom, the congregation, ever. Even into the third and fourth generation, even to the 10th generation, they can't enter. You see that? Most High wasn't playing with that.
And I used to, when I came up, I was taught that when a woman had a child outside of marriage, they made the child that. And that was just all the teachings.
Right, because what was marriage constituted as? You know, marriage was when a man laid down with that woman. And that wasn't a bastard. Because they try to say, well, if you got a Jewish mom and a non-Jewish dad, you're a bastard. Well, we know that it's not about your mom, it's about your father. So even the concept of what a bastard has changed, what a bastard is, has changed through generations. Right? But then, remember when the Most High said he deal with you as a bastard and not as a son? Right? A bastard was a child without discipline. A castaway. But in this instance, what is he talking about? An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Well, we know why. Because of the way they dealt with us. Like, you bastards, you damn children of incest got nerve trying to say we can't pass through your land. Y'all niggas is tripping, right? But because they were bastards first, they were children of incest, confusion, right? A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Then somehow he mentions Moab and Ammon. Well, because they were children of incest in this context. They were.
Right.
They were children of incest. So we know that ancestral dealings were prohibited even in the time of Abraham. You weren't supposed to lay with the close kin. Yes, sir.
My.
Let's jump back. What are you reading to? You reading to Genesis 21 and 4.
21 and 4?
Yeah. So you can't marry your sons. You got these women out here marrying their sons, men sleeping with their daughters. There's a story where a man, they like giving him hell. He's like 60, and the girl is 20, but she was his goddaughter.
Oh, I see that.
Now, I mean, if you want to get technical, there ain't no blood relation there. Now, morally, I would say, it's a gray area because he was, he wasn't supposed to be trying to deal with her on that level. Goddaughter, but when you look at it, does the Bible talk about having a goddaughter and godsons? And no, I don't talk about that. So, I mean, remember that this American mind state is a lot different when it comes to certain things. The coldest part is this: Hugh Hefner, he could run around and advertise him being 1,000 years old, sleeping with 15-year-old women, 19-year-old girls, Playboy bunnies. He could advertise it. Playboy mansion, pool parties, Playboy catalog. He could advertise it, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, go Hugh! Good old Hugh. He's an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur. He started Playboy. He's a go-getter." Remember the show that he had? Y'all remember it?
Yeah.
Remember he had that show and he had all the Playboy bunnies? Oh, he had a show on VH1
VH1.
Yeah, it was VH1. It was like Hugh Hefner, and he was flossing all his little young thoughts, all the Playgirls. And I think the main one was what was her name? Kelly? I don't remember. There was a main one that he married, right?
She married to she I guess left the house and got married to a basketball player. But,
oh wow, that's what happened?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, she was Hef's first. But at that time, Hef was like 60. These girls was 20, 21, 18, just leaving out of their father's house to go be with Hef. And I'm talking about the mansion was full.
Yeah.
And then Hef be in the bed with all of them. And everybody's like, "Go Hef! Go Hef!" To go to the Playboy, you had presidents that went to the Playboy mansion, and it was like a feat. Like, oh God, the Playboy mansion. If you got it in there, you made it in life. Right?
You got into the party, you is somebody.
Yeah, when you got up in that party, you was the man. Partying with Hef. But then you got R. Kelly. Wait a minute. You got R. Kelly, right? He had women.
Right.
He had women. He had a bunch of them, right?
Right.
I don't think he ever denied that he had a bunch of women. But they put this man under the jail for having women. Now, let me say this. The Aaliyah situation, that was rough, right? In my opinion, he shouldn't have dealt with her in this society like that, being that young. Allegedly, she was about 13, and he was almost 30. He was half her age. In this society, that was a no-no. He shouldn't have dealt with that. He shouldn't have did that, because in this society, that's not a woman. And he's too grown of a man, right? In this society. If you go way back in ancient times, listen, it was a lot different back then. The age gap was a lot different.
Right.
Joseph's age gap to Mary was there. There was a gap. All right, I'm not going to say what the gap was, but there was a gap, right? But there's a double. Elvis Presley, he married Lisa Marie Presley. About 13. Elvis was about 25. Right? Yeah, look, her damn jaw dropped. Elvis was older. She was a teen. She was barely even a teen. She was young. She was young, but nobody ridiculed him and put him under the jail.
White man, that's right.
Well, yeah, double standard. Double standard of the way things are. So we got to see that too, man. That we don't live by the same rules, man. We don't live by the same rules, and certain things are going to be looked at a certain way in this society, and some things you just don't do. You just don't. Y'all see that? But going back to the point of the, what Lot did with his daughters, you can't do the incest. You can't. There's no need for that. And if, you got to really understand where were their minds at. Well, they learned that from Sodom and Gomorrah. They seen that. They had to have.
Yes.
That's what they had to have been part of. One of the things they were doing. One of the many things. What's that?
In ELA, I had to read this passage at Muzel, and the famous writer, Edgar Allan Poe.
Edgar Allan Poe, right?
He was like 28 and he married his 13-year-old cousin.
Yeah, I mean that's what they were on back then. Look at Woody. What's his name? The director, Woody Allen.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
He married his
Yes.
He married his adopted daughter, right? His stepdaughter. Yeah, he married the wife and got rid of her and then took the daughter. And that nigga's 100 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it was a double standard where Hugh Hefner could get all these young chicks, but then when a black man gets a young woman, it's a problem. Who they going at? What's the other black man they was going in on? He went and got him a 30-year-old and he's about 60. It was who was it, man? Dang. Forgot who it was. It was another black man. Everybody knows him. Actor. No. Lionel Richie. Lionel Richie got him a young tender. Remember, Lionel Richie's almost 70.
Wow, man.
He got him a young 30-year-old and they giving him hell.
Wow.
It's like, bruh, she's 30. He got to get him a 7-year-old? Now, I ain't gonna, like, Lionel Richie looks good for almost 70.
Right.
Or fit 60, whatever he is.
Right.
He looks like he's in shape. His skin looking real tight still. I mean, bruh, ain't that many 70-year-old women out there that is going to be able to be on the standard of what Lionel Richie wants.
Right.
So he went and got him something young. What's wrong with that? Well, in this society, it's frowned upon if you're a black man. But if you're an old white man that's wrinkly and because guess what? That's the white man's fantasy in this America. Ain't that what they show you on TV? All these old ass white men, these old predators, the Donald Trumps, the Joe Bidens,
Yep.
they hugging up and kissing up on all these young tenders, these younger women,
Yep.
the Jeffrey Epsteins. That's their fantasy. That's the rules that they live by. They're not 50 trying to get them a 50-year-old. They're 50 trying to get them a 15-year-old.
Yep.
And it's frowned upon if we did it. Now, I'll be 40 in a month. If I went and got me a 20-year-old, they'd be like, she's only 20. What the hell's your problem? Right? But I know I wouldn't be in the wrong. What's that?
I don't want this to come out wrong, like I'm trying to find a loophole because I'm older.
Damn.
But are there instances in the Bible, and I think I asked S.O.W this before, and I can't remember what he answered, where the woman is much older than the...
Oh, where the woman is older than the man?
And is that biblically?
I'd have to look. That's a good question. I mean, the Bible tells, the thing is with the Bible, it tells a man to take a woman in her youth, right? It tells a man that to take a woman in that youth and build her up. It's a good question. I'd have to think of and go back to some of these relationships. Well, I mean, we know Abraham and Sarah. We know Abraham had the age on her.
I guess because nowadays it seems like it happens so frequently.
Where you have older women with younger men?
Yeah, the cougars, as they call them.
They call them cougar, right. And we know why they do that. There's a few reasons why that happens. the whole earth is out of course. There's not a lot of men on these older women's level in some cases that are, what's the word I'm looking at? Mature. A lot of these older men, they out there they're like, okay, I lived my whole marriage life. I'm done with that. I'm trying to go date. I want something younger, right? I don't want to be attached. There's a lot of bad mentality behind it where you have a lot of these older single women that's dating younger men. Because really all they're doing is dating these younger men for they want the thrill. In most cases, I'm not saying in every case. There is love in some of those cases. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it, as long as it's for the right reasons. Older women are mature. Sometimes they know what it is they want in life. You gotta look at today. These young chicks today, man, go get you a 20-year-old and see what's up. She gonna run circles through you. How old are you?
33.
33. Yeah, go get you a 20-year-old and see what's up. You're gonna be exercising, because you know what it is, because her mind is. We were just dealing with Lot and his wife, right? These young women, their minds are not detached. It's hard to detach them from the world. So you get her and it's a constant back and forth. Nope, righteous, this, that. She's like, no, I want to go party. I want to go kick it. I want to go hang out, right? So what do men tend to get? A young man that's mature, he's going to get a woman that's already exercised that stuff out of her system.
Right.
I don't want the woman that's going to party and kick it, run around with other men. She already did that. She already lived that part of life. She wants stability. She wants to be able to serve a man and be with a good man. And sometimes older women find that in younger men. Because you do have some younger men that are mature, believe it or not.
It's like when I was working from the other day, I met some women in their like early 20s, mid 20s,
Mm-hmm.
and they look kind of like they could have worked on this and that. But then they're like, oh yeah, we're going to school to be doctors.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, because that's not the mentality you're projecting
Right.
right now.
So they're trying to get something young. They're trying to snag a youngster, right? They're trying to be a sugar mama. Again, sometimes a lot of that is just done for the flesh. They want a young stallion to appease, the flesh. They want to be able to be with that young man. Think about it. Why do older men do it? Well, you want a young, beautiful woman on your arm, right? You want something that's young and vibrant. But can an older woman be young and vibrant? Yeah, it's a mentality. It's mentality. Can an older woman present herself as a youthful, vivacious woman? Of course. You just got to take care of yourself. Because you hit a certain age don't mean that you can't be young and vibrant in the spirit and cheer your husband up and him be pleased with you. It just, we know why they do it in the world. And think about it. Even in hearing the truth, when we deal with relationships, nobody's putting age before, like, oh, well, you're a certain age, so I can't do it. Nobody ain't doing that. It's, are you going to hold the standard? Are you going to be a good representation? Are you going to be a wife? Am I going to be a husband? Are we going to deal in righteousness? Can we grow older? It's about spiritually, can I deal with you? Age is just a number, right? We all are going to succumb to age, right? So, yeah, but I would have to look at that. Good question. I have to look. I don't remember reading about, oh, well, this woman was older than her husband. You always tend to get, the husband was older than the wife. But I would have to look. Yeah. Where we at? Thawam said Brooke Shields was in Playboy at like 10. 10 years old? Like, think about it. She was, come on, bruh. And Hugh was laying with that. Hugh. He slept with all them women. That was their end. You want to be down with Death Row? You know the saying. Oh, Mike, you tickle my heart. You know what I'm saying? Be right with me. When they get down with that road, you got to get that up. So just know, but nobody was looking down at Hef. They were congratulating Hef. They're ridiculing R. Kelly and putting him under the jail.
Yep.
All he did was follow Hef. That's all he did. But see, it's showing you the rules of engagement are not the same. This man that's he's 61 years old trying to get with a 20-year-old, they are giving him hell. Because of the age. Lionel Richie, they giving him hell. His woman is 30 damn years old. 30. She's grown. But he's just growner. Right? He's just a more aged man. That's it. I don't get it. What's the problem?
Right.
Why is it so looked down on? You know? Well, it's the society that we're in. It's the society that we're in. Where we at?
This is Genesis chapter 20.
Right, go ahead.
Abraham.
So we understand about the incest. Don't lay with your daughters. Don't lay with your sons. Leviticus 18 and 5 down explicitly tells us about immoral sexual acts with family, close to kin. Go ahead.
Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur and sojourned in Gerar. Abraham said to Sarah, his wife, she is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, behold, thou art but a dead man. For the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife.
So this is if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time Abraham did this. Right?
Right.
Didn't he do it? He did it twice.
Yeah, he did it twice.
Jacob did it once.
Right.
Or was it Isaac?
It was Isaac.
It was Isaac.
It was Isaac.
Right. She's my sister. What was he doing? He was trying to preserve his life.
Right. Because
he didn't know how these men were going to deal, and how were they dealing?
Right.
Well, that's your wife? Man, kill him.
Okay.
Kill him, and that woman is ours.
Thank you.
Right? Like we talk about it, go look at the animal kingdom. When a lion walks into a pride, and there's another male there, what do? They go to war.
Yes, they do.
He kills that, and if he walks in and kills that male, he kills all the children. And then he starts to push his seed. Right? Or if he goes in and dies, then he just dies. And the next competitor comes and tries to take those women. It's all about the women. Taking the women to have your seed go out. So, you know, what is it showing? That these cats was dealing like barbarians, man. They didn't care about what the law said, that you don't lay with another man's wife. They didn't give a damn about that.
They did not.
They were like, listen, beautiful woman, we want that.
Right.
And to kill for a woman, you know Sarah was, woof. Oh yeah, beautiful. You know she was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah. But Sarah went along with it. Okay, I am your sister. Because she was his sister, right? When a man gets with a woman and she's an Israelite and he's an Israelite, the first thing before you're married, you're what?
Sister.
Brother and sister in the spirit. Brother and sister, right? And then you get married and then you're husband and wife, but you're still brother and sister.
Right.
Right? You're still, that tie never goes away. Spiritually, you're still brother and sister.
Right.
And you deal with each other as a brother and a sister. Husband and wife. You know, there's a higher level of intimacy that's there, but spiritually, you are brother and sister. You know? Go ahead.
Verse 4. But Abimelech had not come near her. He said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, she is my sister.
Yeah, didn't he say that that was my sister?
What he said?
He said, would you slay a righteous nation? Right? Abimelech was like, listen, man, we ain't trying to do nothing wrong. Don't kill us. They heard about Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, sir.
Then they didn't hear about that. He said they ain't looked at. Oh damn! Why is it smoking up there?
Yes, it did.
Remember, there was all types of trade and all different things going on, and word got around of what happened in the cities. Hey, I need you to go up to Sodom and Gomorrah, drop this off, bring it. No, ain't no more Sodom and Gomorrah, because when I went up there, it was raining fire. What? Yeah, it rained fire. Oh snap! Ain't no Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't go that way. It's raining fire there for some reason. Well, can't go that way. So word of mouth got around. You see that? So they knew what was happening. They heard the fame of the Lord. Like the Most High done rained rained fire out there. Damn. And only Lot made it? Yeah. Damn, for real?
It's many
Damn, Hebrews, man.
Yes, yes.
Damn. Most High got a thing for them. Can't mess with them cats.
It's many of them I read through there. When the Israelites would come through, they would tell them, we heard of your God.
Yeah, we heard the fame. So Abimelech was like, listen, you gonna destroy a righteous nation? We know that Sodom was wicked. Wait, what nation was Abimelech? Let me look at this real quick. Because these cats, come on, man, stop it, Abimelech. Quit it, bro. Quit it. You niggas was off as hell. And if not, y'all were going off, right? 20 and 3. Let me see here real quick. King of Gerar in Abraham's time, king of Gath, and the Gideon, son of Gideon. Let's see, the name of 2 Palestine kings. My father's king, Gerar. I don't know where Gerar is. But go ahead, read on.
Starting at 5. Said he not unto me, she is my sister.
Mm-hmm.
And she herself said, he is my brother. In the integrity of my heart, in innocency of my hands have I done this.
Mm-hmm.
And God said unto him in a dream, yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her.
Right. Most High, so you see how the Most High, he said he came to him in a dream. Here goes another instance of the Most High doing what he did to Adam. Put him in a sleep, in a dream. He sealed men's instruction to hide them from their pride.
Right.
You see that? This is what he did to remove them from their purpose. Abimelech's purpose, you know what he was going to do. He was the king. And it just shows you how the men moved at that time. The king, what did he do? He took whatever woman he wanted. It says it. The king is going to take your daughters for his confectionaries, for his little playthings.
Yep.
Right? He's going to take your horses and your land. So if you went into this man's land, literally whatever you had was his. That's how they dealt back then. Now, we didn't deal like that. You know, David, when you came in, you paid tribute. Because you were paying Solomon, same thing. These cats dealt a little bit, it was like barbaric, the way I see it. It's like, man, you walk in with a woman and all of a sudden, you taking that woman. That's how they dealt. She was beautiful, that was theirs. You see that? So, Most High put him in a dream. That's his wife. So he said, I stopped you from sinning.
Sure did.
But you see how the Most High deals with the nations on our behalf? We talk about it a lot. We got to stop acting like the Most High don't put things in their head to deal with us the right way. He does.
Right.
Like he ain't going to deal with them. He definitely going to deal with them. He's definitely going to use them he's going to use them for our benefit, but he's also going to use them to kick our ass.
Right.
Because he does.
That's how he does. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet.
Ooh, go ahead.
And he shall pray for thee.
Read.
And thou shalt live.
Woo.
If thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die. Thou and all that are thine.
I'm going to wipe out your whole kingdom.
Ooh-wee.
Gerar is in Palestine above Gaza. So the Gaza Strip is the coast Palestine, Israel. So it was south. The Gaza Strip is like here. You got Palestine, Tyre, Zidon,
Right.
Gaza. It was south of Gaza. It was a little bit further down, going towards Egypt, going towards that way. Go ahead.
Right. Verse 8. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called.
This dude was having a straight up conversation with the Lord in his dream. He didn't say he was his wife. He said that was his sister. He was having a conversation in his dream, bruh. This is crazy. He was straight. Most I had him conversing in the dream. That's dope. That's dope, man. Go ahead.
And called all his servants and told all these things in their ears, and the men were so afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said unto him, what hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin?
Go ahead. Said, man, what have I done, bro?
Exactly.
Damn, what offense have I caused? Like, you gotta see the fear though, that the most High put so much fear in this man's heart on behalf of Abraham. What was Abraham doing? Remember, the scriptures say, when you do what's pleasing in the eyes of the Lord, he'll make even your enemies be at peace with you. He put fear in their heart. Think about Jacob and Laban. When Laban was chasing Jacob down, and the Most High had to, like, bro, don't even touch a hair on his head. And he was like, you know what? You're right. I'm just going to have a feast with him. I'm just going to eat with him, right? That's it. That's all you can do. I'm going to be at peace, Lord. Man, the Most High is great. But, all these lessons of the past that they still hold true today.
Yes, they do.
You may not hear the conversation between the Lord and your enemy. You may not be privy to the dream, but all you got to do is the right thing. All you got to do is hold your integrity. You got cats, man, listen, we hopped on the phone with one brother, or he hopped on the phone with us. It was me, Zion, and Kazak. And he hopped on the phone talking about, man, I got to go take out my enemies and this, that, and the third. I'm like, nigga, what are you talking about?
Right.
You sound like a BET movie. You sound like Belly. Like, you're not going to even have a chance to take out your enemies. They're your enemies for a reason. And if that's your mentality, that you're not putting it on the Most High to deal with your enemies. But you don't want to be obedient. You want to keep smoking trees. I'm addicted to weed, but I don't go to work high. But y'all don't let, because y'all can't come to class. We don't let nobody come to class high or drunk. So he don't come to class because he be high. But he'll go to work not high.
Wow.
And then talk about how addicted to weed he is. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? If you were that addicted, how can you control your addiction to not go to work high?
Right.
But when it comes to class, you make sure you blaze up right before class.
That's straight madness.
And then talk about, the Most High ain't working for me. I got to go take out my enemies.
Most High said vengeance is his.
Con. He that seek vengeance shall find vengeance from the Lord. Abraham, he wasn't walking around looking for vengeance. He just did what was right, and the Most High already had it set up. I got you, bro. Abraham didn't have to walk to Gerar, and before he like, Yahweh, please protect me from.
No, he didn't.
Bro, the Most High already had it. Like, listen, wherever you go, I got you. Didn't he say that?
Fine.
He said that in the beginning. Get up, go west, right? And I got your back.
Fine.
And just in him doing that, everywhere he went, the Most High preserved Abraham. He put the wisdom in his head to be preserved. He showed him how to deal to be preserved. You see that? Deal with the king this way. You're going to go in, this is what you're going to say. And the dope part about it, what's the dopest part about Abraham and Sarah? She followed. She went along with it. My sister, nigga, you my husband. Oh, what, you ashamed? Go tell a black woman right now, hey, for right now, you just my sister. We ain't married.
Oh, please.
Go tell her right now. What, you ashamed? You ashamed of me? You ashamed about it? She started mouthing off, and it's like, whoa, hold up. It's to preserve my life. I don't care about that. She started going off, right? Sarah was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, me Lord. Me Lord, right? Yes, me Lord. Con out of one. That's what she said. She said, con out of one. And they rolled, and guess what? They got out of there alive. But today, in today's era, Abraham would have been wiped out because of his woman.
Yep.
She would have been took, ravished, pregnant by 15 other men, and Abraham would have been in a ditch somewhere. All because of I gotta appear as some title. I can't be obedient. I can't be in subjection to the smallest little things.
Yo, he ain't trying to tell y'all and his sister.
Yeah, like, oh, he's ashamed of me. Nah, Abraham wasn't ashamed of Sarah being his wife.
He wasn't.
It was like, this is how we gonna live and get up out of this city. We just trying to pass through.
Absolutely.
See, again, lessons of how to deal with the smallest issues. Read on.
Verse 9, last precept. Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done.
Abraham didn't even do nothing. That's the coldest part. The Most High put the fear in this man. Woo! He put trembling in this man's heart. It said all his servants was fearful. Damn, think about that. It said he said for verse 8, therefore Abimelech rose early into the morning and called his servants and told all these things in their ears, and the men were so afraid. How scared did they see him? Abimelech must have been shook to get all his men shook. They're like, damn, we gotta get him up out of here. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 10, and Abimelech said unto Abraham, what sawest thou that thou hast done this thing?
Right.
Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of God is not in this place.
Right.
And they will slay me for my wife's sake.
See that? The fear of God is not in this place. You'll kill me to get me out the way. So you could have her. Go ahead.
And yet, indeed, she is my sister.
Right. Because she was.
Right.
They came from the same lineage.
Right.
She wasn't his sister.
Gotcha. Biological. I got you saying.
That would be ancestral. They came from the same line.
Right.
Hold where we at real quick. Let's go to Tobit real fast. I know. Let's go to Tobit real fast. Tobit 8. Watch. Finish where you at, Shemala. Indeed, she is my sister.
Yeah, she is let me start over. And yet, indeed, she is my sister.
Right.
She is the daughter of my father.
Right. Go ahead.
But not the daughter of my mother.
Right.
Oui.
Now, let's go to Tobit real quick. What did I say? Tobit 8?
Is it 4?
Watch this. Listen how this talks. Read Tobit, chapter 8, and verse 6. Watch this. Read Tobit 8 and 6.
Tobit chapter 8 and verse 6.
Go ahead.
Thou
madest Adam. Go ahead.
And gavest him Eve his wife for an helper and stay.
Right. She was bone of his bones, flesh of his flesh. Why? Because she came from his kindred, his people. Go ahead.
Of them came mankind.
Right.
Thou hast said, it is not good that man should be alone.
Right.
Let us make unto him an aid like unto himself.
Go ahead.
And now, O Lord,
right?
I take not this my sister.
My what?
My sister.
My what?
My sister.
Go ahead.
For lust.
Right, because your wife was considered your sister before you lay with her. Right? Why? Because we're all brothers and sisters.
Yeah, got it.
So when Abraham was like, listen, this is my sister, he didn't lie. He just omitted the part that was his wife too.
Right. Okay, gotcha.
We say harmless as a dove, wise as serpents, harmless as a dove.
Right.
Here it is right here. When Jacob did it, and he said, this is my sister, or excuse me, when Isaac said, "This is my sister," did he lie?
No.
Rebecca was really his cousin, though.
Right.
But wasn't she his sister too?
Fine.
And she was his wife.
Fine.
So let's think about it. Well, because we're all brothers and sisters in Yahweh Shai.
That's true.
We're all a family. We're all kin. You see that? Some now in these days, some closer than others, right? But we're all brothers. But then we're cousins too. And then then you got brothers in blood. And then brothers and sisters become what? Husband and wife. That's how the relationships develop. So you see how the scriptures is talking. Incest wasn't obviously accepted in Egypt. Contrary to popular belief, Abraham tried to pimp out Sarah again. This time, no, Abraham wasn't pimping her out. Abraham wasn't, I think you're not understanding, he wasn't trying to pimp out anyone. Go to Leviticus real quick. He wasn't trying to pimp her. He wasn't trying to pimp out Sarah. That would be unlawful. Well, Leviticus 19 and 29. He wasn't trying to pimp her out. That would be unlawful. Read Leviticus 19 and verse 29.
Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 29.
Go ahead.
Do not prostitute thy daughter.
Do not what?
Prostitute thy daughter.
Right. Do not prostitute your daughter. Go ahead.
To cause her to be a whore.
Read.
Lest the land fall to whoredom.
Now, Abraham was a righteous man that knew this. So he couldn't pimp out Sarah. That was his wife. If he gave her to another man, that would have been adultery. I think we're missing the point here that, let's go back to the first instance, right? It happened when he was dealing with the Egyptian, right? Where's it at? Or is this the first instance? No. Watch. You missed the point of the story. Let's go to Genesis 12. Let's go to Genesis chapter 12 and verse 13. Go to Genesis chapter 12 and verse 10. Let's see if he was trying to pimp Sarah out or if he was trying to save his life.
Genesis chapter 12 and verse 10.
Right?
And there was a famine in
And
the
you said incest wasn't obviously accepted in Egypt? Yeah, it was. So was homosexuality. So was all the filth. Yeah, it was. It was definitely accepted. The Bible tells you that the Egyptians were cunning of the flesh. So they accepted anything in any hole. That's where we learned. That's why we had to have the law to not sleep with animals and not sleep with to commit incest and not to sleep with men. They were doing all that. Kemet itself tells you that there was homosexuality in Kemet. So if there's homosexuality, there's incest. It all goes hand in hand. It's just lustful spirits. That was all happening. Remember, Sodom, the Sodom and Gomorrans, they were kin to who? Weren't they not kin to the Egyptians? They all had the same forefather. They was doing incest in Sodom and Gomorrah. So we can't act like it wasn't happening. It was. Remember, sodomy, Benjamin went into heavy sodomy, right? And we see what happened with Lot and his daughters. They took that up and they did that. Incest. So it was happening. There were laws against it though. Abraham didn't pimp Sarah. He was a righteous man. Righteous men don't pimp their women. What?
And in Untitled Chapter 8 and verse 6.
Right?
One thing that you brought out, like if you're thinking about pimping someone out, when you are training your wife, or your wife already knows because she has the wisdom, because you taught the wisdom to her, she has the choice. Okay, either I know I'm fearing and I'm trusting, and I know my husband is telling me to do something. So I'm not gonna second guess it. I'm not gonna question it.
Right.
And it brings it right back to Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1 and 2.
Proverbs 14 and 1. Read it. But before you get that, I want to read this real quick. I'm gonna let you go back to Genesis real quick. Let's deal with the first instance of what Abraham did with Sarah when he said, "You're my sister." Why did he do it? To pimp her? As Gene Williams said, Abraham tried to pimp out Sarah again, this time to the king of Salem. Nah, he tried to pimp her out. He tried to save his life. He's trying to save both their lives, because she would have been taken by the Egyptians and misused and abused and defiled, right? And Abraham would have been in a ditch. Read Genesis 12 and 10.
Genesis chapter 12 and verse 10.
Right?
And there was famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt.
So the Egyptians weren't even smart enough to preserve their food. They were in a famine. They couldn't even preserve food the right way. Not very smart. Go ahead.
To sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land.
Right, go ahead.
And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt,
Right.
that he said unto Sarah,
Right.
his wife, Behold, now I know that thou art a fair woman.
You're a beautiful woman to look on. You fair. Whew. A dime piece. Go ahead.
To look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee,
Right.
that they shall say, This is his wife.
Right.
And they will kill me.
And they will what?
Kill me.
They will what?
Kill me.
They will kill me. So how do I combat the ignorance of these lawless Egyptians? How can I combat the ignorance of these men? Well, if I say that you're my wife, they're gonna put me in the dirt. But if I just say, man, listen, that's my sister, we just rolling through, it might give me a pass. There's no opposition there. Go ahead.
But they will save thee alive.
Right.
Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister.
Go ahead.
That it may be well with me for thy sake.
Right.
And my soul shall live because of thee.
So where was he trying to pimp her at? I'm not understanding it. He was trying to save both their lives. Because imagine her being trapped in Egypt. That would have been no good for her. Yeah, she'd have been stuck with these guards. Listen, remember one thing. Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth. Ham went off. That's that one son that he had. Right? What was his name? Mizraim? Right. Those Egyptians? Oh. Those Canaanites? Oh. We weren't supposed to deal with them. The Most High didn't want us to deal with them from the jump. Because of the idolatry that they were into, the idol worship. Remember Nimrod? He tried to build the biggest idol on earth, which was the Tower of Babel. So nothing good was coming from the Hamite side. It just wasn't. Abraham recognized that if these niggas try to build a tower to go kill God, they gonna kill me for a woman. If they trying to kill God, bruh, who the hell am I to God? Who am I to the Most High? If you have the audacity as a man to gather other men to build a tower into the sky to go avenge yourself and kill God, well, I don't stand a chance. Abraham knew that. So what did he do? Just say you're my sister. And what happened? We know what happened. What happened? Who remembers what happened? What happened?
Did the Most High mix up the language so
No, that's Babylon. What happened when Sarah and Abraham went into the Egyptians? What did the Most High do to Egypt? He plagued them. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, say it again. He plagued the Egyptians, right? And what happened? He got his wife and they was up out of there. So if Abraham was trying to pimp Sarah, would the Most High work on Abraham's behalf is the question. No, because he would have been breaking the law, and the Most High don't work on the behalf of lawbreakers. He said he don't hear their prayers. He said he don't work for them. So he wasn't trying to pimp her. He was trying to preserve his life. Wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, because you're in the midst of a perverse and crooked generation. Right? So now when we fast forward, oh, Tazapah threw a beautiful one in there. Go to Leviticus 18 and verse. Go to Leviticus 18 and verse 3. And we just went over Leviticus last night. Here, hand that to me. We just went over Leviticus last night. This same Leviticus, right? Now, in Leviticus 18, he goes through the laws of sexual immorality. Why does he go through these laws and show us who to lay with and who not to lay with? Well, let's read 18 and verse 3 real quick. Since incest wasn't obviously accepted in Egypt. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Watch. Leviticus 18 and 3.
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 3.
Right?
After the doings of the land of Egypt,
right,
wherein ye dwelt,
right,
shall ye not do.
Shall ye not do. Read.
And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you,
right,
shall ye not do.
Shall ye not do. Well, what were they doing? Why did he give us all the law? Well, all the law was for two things. It was a few more than just two things, but to clean us up from Egypt and to prep our minds for Canaan. The Egyptians were doing one thing, and we was with them for 400 something years, doing what? Picking up some of their practices. Some of those practices being incest. Okay? And then the Canaanites, we were set to go and take over that land. But before you go take the land, you got to spy it out. Because ain't that what we did? And what did we get to see?
All kinds of things.
All types of filth. We got to see them edging up the corners of their beard, sacrifice it to their gods, sprinkle it in the fire, right? We got to Bacchus, the god of effeminacy and homosexuality. We got to see that. We got to witness the Egyptians as they went into their barbershops. Ooh, this is gonna hurt some feelings. As they went into the barbershops and shaved their whole bodies, including their hair, and left the little Tom Poe ponytail hanging down. Right? Remember Tom Poe from Bloodsport? Get the little ponytail hanging, right? We got to watch the Egyptians edge up, do the edge ups and accentuate their features and shave their bodies, right? Because they hated hair. We got to watch them do that daily. We got to see them invent. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. We got to invent them. We get to watch them invent things of the flesh, right? There was incest. He said, "Don't do the things that the Egyptians did or the Canaanites did." Then he goes down to name the things that they were doing. In verse 6, read.
Verse 6. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him.
Right.
To uncover their nakedness.
Read.
I am the Lord.
Because they were doing it in Egypt. And they were doing it in Canaan. So he said, listen, don't do after the Egyptians and don't do after the Canaanites. No close kin. Because that's what they were on. That's what they were on. What else? Read.
Verse 7.
Right.
The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother.
Right, so you're right. We don't deal with popular belief. We deal with what the scriptures say. And the scriptures say, if the scriptures say he was doing it, I'm going to believe that they was doing it. Right? Mama called him Clay, I'm going to call him Clay. Right? So the Bible is letting us know, it's setting it up to let us know, wait a minute, Egypt, this is what they were on. But guess what? Remember, the Canaanites are on this too. So don't do what you saw in Egypt, and don't do what they're going to be doing in Canaan. So they were definitely on incest. What's verse 7 say?
The nakedness of thy father,
right?
The nakedness of thy mother,
right?
Shalt thou not uncover,
right?
She is thy mother.
She is thy what?
She is thy mother.
Go ahead.
And thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right. So you're not supposed to sleep with your mother or your father. So what Lot's children did, they did it in Egypt first, and they were already doing it in Canaan. Why do you think when the Most High said when you get Canaan to eradicate the Canaanites? Because they were disgusting people with the things that they were doing. They were filthy. He didn't want that amongst us. Why do you think that every time in the wilderness, we haven't gotten there, but every time in the wilderness some type of filth popped up, what did the Most High do? What was his first course of action? Oh, let's talk it out. Nah, he was killing people. Well, fiery snakes, go get them. Oh, open up the earth, swallow them up. Oh, every man take out his sword and go chase down your brother. Right? Right? The Most High wasn't playing. He said because he didn't want that evil to perpetuate amongst Israel. Why? Where did that come from? Well, because when I let it ride in the time of Noah, you niggas got all the way wicked. I had to wipe out the earth. Right? I had to wipe out the earth. All the inhabitants, all the beasts, I had to wipe out because it was exceedingly wicked. It started from one grain of wickedness into a damn farm full of wickedness. So I can't let that ride. I can't let that spread. You see that? So now when you go deal with Canaan, wipe them out. Egypt, they already in the dust. We ain't dealing with them anyway. You see that? So, they were Hamites. They were definitely Ham, and they definitely was on that incest and that homosexuality. Ashariah.
Could you use 1 Timothy 1 and 8 and 9 for a precept?
To what we're reading?
Right.
1 Timothy 1 and 8 and 9. Let's see what she got. 1 Timothy chapter 1, 8. 1 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 8. Let's see what she got. Read it.
1 Timothy chapter 1 verse 8. But we know that the law is good.
Right.
If a man use it lawfully.
Go ahead.
Knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for unholy and profane.
Right. You see that? And now, it's, I like it because with Abraham, again, there was no, he wasn't able to pick up Proverbs and read be at peace with all men. When thy enemy, he didn't have all that. It was in him. The law is made for the ones that need the law to be corrected by it. Abraham rolled in righteousness, so he knew, wait a minute, I can't lay with my sister. I can't pimp her. I can't do that. That's unlawful. Read.
For murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers.
Right, but see the Egyptians, there goes that thumbs down. I was waiting for it. Gotta have that for the algorithm. I might just have to start thumbsing myself down for the algorithm. It can't all be thumbs up because then it wouldn't get nowhere. Right? Go ahead.
For manslayers.
Right?
For whoremongers.
Right?
For them that defile themselves with mankind.
Right. And why do you think they got judged according to the law? Where was Abraham's judgment if he tried to pimp Sarah? If he was a whoremonger or making whores of the daughter of Zion, where was his judgment? Well, we know how Sodom got judged. We know how Egypt got judged. We know how America will be judged. And the righteous is going to what? Be pulled up out of those situations. Are you done?
For men stealers.
Right.
For liars.
Kidnappers, liars, read.
For perjured persons.
Go ahead.
And if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine.
Right. Can we jump back to Genesis? We'll jump back to Genesis. What you got?
The last one.
What?
For Proverbs 14, 1 and 2.
Go to Proverbs 14 and 1. Bakar Gabar, a lot of weirdo stuff was going on in Egypt. Hell yeah. A lot of weirdo stuff was happening in Egypt. I mean, they wrote it on their walls. Their gods. First of all, let me not even go into the Egyptian gods. They were all hermaphrodites. They all anthropomorphized themselves from an animal to a woman to a man. All of them. They all practiced Seth, Horus, Seti. It was all on incest and men's reproductive organs. It was all about that. All over their walls. All over their walls, man. I mean, didn't Horus rape Seth? Right? Chopped off his hand and semen everywhere. All this weird stuff, man, that you can read in their own history. The writings are on the walls.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 1. Every wise woman buildeth her house.
But now, why are we going here?
Bring it back to Sarah, knowing that she had the
Damn.
knowing that she had the
Who is this sister?
to not only follow her husband, but
Who's the sister's husband?
if it was on the line of pimping, like, okay, well, she's being pimped out. Like, okay, you gotta think about the situation and knowing when to apply the wisdom, especially for verse 2.
Every wise woman buildeth her house. Sarah knew that our livelihood was on the line. Let me follow what Abraham is saying. Right? Remember, 1 Peter chapter 4 and verse 1 says, wives, submit yourself to your own husband, if they speak not the law. Right? If they speak not the word, you be won by the conversation of wives. Why could Sarah be in subjection to Abraham's word? Because it was the word of the Most High. He wasn't saying, listen, go sleep. You know what? We got to get up out of this. Go lay with him real quick. Get him nice and toasty, lay with him, and then we're going to sneak off. He just said, hey, tell them that you're my sister, and they're going to leave me alone. Right? Right? And then guess who followed it? Isaac. He followed the same model. And they preserved their life in Egypt. Because the Egyptians had heard, like, wait a minute, these niggas getting people plagued. The hell? Their God is working for them. Show me an Egyptian that went into another city and got the city plagued. Oh, I'll wait. Right. Mm-hmm. Which God was going to do it? The God of water, wind, earth, fire? The God of the camels? The God of the giraffes? Which God, which of the 15,000 gods was going to come down and plague somebody from Egypt? Choose one. None of them. Right? But the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, he worked for them. Every wise woman buildeth their house, read.
But the foolish plucketh it down with her hand.
I gotta say that you my sister, my brother. What? You ain't proud of me? I ain't good enough? Nah, sis, that's not even the point. The point is, let's live. Go ahead.
He that walketh in his uprightness,
right,
feareth the Lord.
Right. That woman that walks in uprightness are going to have that fear and respect. Right? What verse is that?
Verse 2.
Did you finish it?
But he that is perverse in his ways despiseth him.
Right. And we know that Sarah wasn't perverse in her ways. Neither was Abraham. Abraham wasn't perverse talking about let me pimp you. I wonder where y'all got that. I wonder where. You got to show me where you got that from, that he was trying to pimp her. Gene Williams, if you're still there, you got to show me where he tried to pimp her. I really want to know where you got that from. Because nowhere do you read that in Genesis that he tried to pimp her out. Let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 20.
So now when we come to the second instance with Abimelech, Abraham said, well, damn, that worked. Let's try that again, because we're dealing amongst these crooked nations.
Right.
We don't know how they're going to deal, so we have to deal a certain way. Right? So where we at?
Genesis chapter 20, verse 12.
Right.
And yet indeed she is my sister.
Right, because she was his sister first before he laid with her. Go ahead.
She is the daughter of my father.
And I did a whole class on Abraham, Sarah, her being his sister, and the fact that that wasn't the case.
Right.
Did a whole class on it. So I forgot what I called it, and I forgot how long ago I did it. Well, you have to search through the YouTube, but I went through the whole class on it, showing like you had Abraham and you had his brothers. What did his brothers do? They took the nieces, they took the daughters of their brothers to marry, so they wouldn't be breaking the law. You see that? And then that's how they went. That's how they was able to go and do that. Go ahead.
But not the daughter of my mother.
Right.
And she became my wife. Verse 13. It came to pass, God caused me to wander from my father's house.
Right, the daughter of my father, but not. She came from Abraham's line. She came from that. She came from the father's side of his lineage, not the mother's side of his lineage. Go ahead.
And I said unto her, this is thy kindness, which thou shalt show unto me.
Go ahead.
In every place.
Every place. So did he try to pimp her every time they went somewhere? No. Every place we go, read.
Whither we shall come, say of me, he is my brother. And Abimelech told sheep, oxen, and men servants,
right,
and women servants,
right,
and gave them unto Abraham.
Yeah, Abraham, because Abimelech was shook of the Most High. Abimelech didn't get nothing but he didn't get nothing but a dream. Usually, when you pimping somebody, there's an exchange of currency. Abimelech got a dream. He got an apparition. He got fear put in his heart. Go ahead. Hell yeah. Listen, I'm gonna make sure your way is prosperous, brother. Most High with you. Go ahead.
It restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, behold, my land is before thee.
He was ready to give him land.
The well where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver.
Wow.
Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes unto all that are with thee, and without other. Thus she was reproved. Abraham prayed unto God. God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bare children.
See, so Abraham prayed to the Most High, and God healed Abimelech, so they got cursed.
Right.
He hit them with what? Woo! Cut off that seed, man. Says it, and his wife and his maidservants, and they were barren, and they bare children. So he hit them with the barren wombs. He cut them off in the loins.
Wow.
That is cold. That's cold. And you know what it shows you too, that they were there for a little bit of a time. It didn't happen in a day. There was some time that went by. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 18. For the Lord had fast close of all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife.
You see, so you see that, man, that's why Abimelech was like, man, what have you done to us? Like, what did I do for you to do this to us? It didn't say what the what was until you read down. You're like, damn, the Most High shut them down from having kids. So just imagine, like, they're doing the do and like nothing is coming forth. Nobody's getting pregnant. Wow. That's a huge play. That's a huge play. That's a huge sign, man. Most High is, bro, he ain't playing. Where you reading to?
Genesis chapter 21, verse 1.
You gotta read the verse 4.
And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said.
Right.
And the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age.
And that was a sign for Sarah. Remember, she chuckled within herself, like, Most High was like, look, watch this. I'm gonna make them barren, then I'm gonna bring them back. So if I can make somebody barren and then bring them back, I can make you have a baby anytime I want. And you know the cold part, man, we've had brothers and sisters in the school that, man, they went years without having a baby. And then the Most High was like, oh, boop. And they got 5 kids.
Wow.
4 kids, I believe. I'm not gonna say who, but there was years the brother and his rib, they couldn't have a kid. And the Most High was like, you're ready. Bing. Doctors, all that. Nope, you can't have babies. And now they got like 4 or 5 beautiful kids, man. Got a lot of, I think you got a lot of sons. Most High, man, you got to give it up to him. Where we at?
Verse 2, last precept.
All for Sarah's obedience did he do these things, though. Obedience. You know, you got to see it. If Sarah was a toxic woman, if she was toxic, why would he put a baby that was supposed to be a blessing in her womb? You know, you do have a lot of women out there that wonder why they can't get pregnant, because you're toxic. Your womb is toxic. Your mentality is toxic, and that toxicity is going to trickle into that baby through the umbilical cord. That baby's going to feel everything that you feel, all the toxic emotions, all the hurt, all the pain. And then when the baby comes out, you're going to feed that toxicity to that baby. And you're going to deal with that baby the way you were dealt with. So the Most High is like, nah, you can't, nah, hell nah. And then some people, he's like, yep, you moved a certain way. Damn. Hold on. Leaving my son go. Oh, snap. I think my sunroof was open. Damn.
You've been playing a while.
I think my sunroof was open. Maybe. I hope not. Yeah, that toxicity, you got to see it. Sometimes you like, well, you put yourself in this position, so now you got to deal with what comes with it, the product. So, if you're in the truth and you're striving, and for some reason that's not happening for you, you got to really check your mind and check your obedience. And am I really following my husband? Am I following the smallest things? He ain't gonna let you. Remember, he said, you can't be ruler over great things if you can't rule over the small things. If I can't take instruction from my husband, then how you gonna give instruction to a whole nother life? Does that make sense? I can't follow my husband in the small things. Guess what? Ain't no baby following you. But you're not qualified to teach a baby. You can't be nurtured. How can you give nurture? That's how that works. You can't be led. How can you lead? The best leaders were the best followers. So if you're dealing with something like that, you gotta check your spirit. Was it open? Is it super wet in there? Can you do me a favor? There's some towels in that room. Just wipe the seats, please. It's gonna stink. It's going to.
It's a big towel.
No, I got some big towels.
Oh,
in there.
okay.
Big towel. Yeah, there's some big towels in there. Please, sir. Man, how do I do that? Left the sunroof open. Yeah. There goes them seats. Anyway, but when it dries up in the heat, they start to crack. Anyway, vanity of vanities, all is vanity and vexation. Bruh, that's why you can't hold on to carnal things, because 1 minute it's nice and plush, the next minute the rain drenches the whole inside of the car. What can you do?
Oh, I love that.
What can you do? You get it, it's brand new, not a scratch. You look up, 15 scratches on the front. You take one trip to Rochester and all of a sudden you got dinks, dens, this, that. You're like, oh damn, well, vanity of vanity, all is vanity, says the preacher. Right? That's the mind. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 21, verse 2,
right?
Precept.
Go ahead.
At the set time of which God has spoken to him.
Right. Remember, he said, I will come back to you In the time of life? Right. So go ahead.
Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac.
Uh-huh.
Verse 4. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, and God had God had commanded him.
Right.
See?
Right. Next, Michael, you ready yet?
Okay. That was the second.
Ramiro. When he comes back, let him hop up.
Ramiro, Shabbat Shab, Yashka, Bayash Allah.
Ramiro, Shabbat Shal, Yashakar. Did I say that right? Ramiro, Shabbat Shal, Yashakar. Ramiro, Shabbat Shal, Yashakar, Bun, Yasha'Allah. I might do. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yashab Rakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shab Rakathai. I felt like I skipped something. Ramiro, Shabbat Shal, Yahweh. Oh, okay. I felt like I skipped. No, you stay for a second. Or actually, no, you can roll. And then, yeah, he can pop it over. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. Listen, the last time that happened was like 2 weeks ago. Remember when it rained real bad one night? I don't know if y'all remember. It rained real bad one night. No, it was the hurricane that came from Mexico. It went up. Y'all don't remember that? That happened like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So it started raining early in the morning. It was 5 in the morning. And I'm asleep, and I hear this thunder. And it was like, I thought like a transformer got hit by lightning or something. It was super loud, and it popped me up out of bed. And I looked, I'm like, oh snap, it's raining. And I look out the window, and I just put my eyes down, and I'm like, oh, the sunroof was wide open. I didn't even put no pants on. I ran outside. I threw on a hoodie. I was like, oh man, the whole front seat, back seat, cup holders, electronic buttons, everything was soaked. God, I think that's like the 4th time I've done that. I forget to close the sunroof. Anyway, gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention. So we're at Genesis, chapter 21 and verse 5. You're going to read to 21 and verse 34. Yep. 21 and verse 5. Yep, go ahead.
And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God had made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. She said, who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children up? For I have borne him a son in his old age.
Right.
And the child grew and was weaned.
So even in her old age, she did all the motherly nurture. She weaned them, right? Breastfed them. Took that time with them. It's a beautiful thing. It just showed that the Most High restored her body to be able to do these things. Go ahead. So there's no excuse for you sisters that are having babies. Or, oh, I can't breastfeed my children. Sarah did it. She was 90-something years old. Take care of your health. Take care of your mind, and you'll be able to function the right way. There's no better connection than between a child and a nursing mother. That's a good connection. It helps you physically, and it helps that child physically. That milk, very important. That milk is very important to the child. You see those Isomil babies and those Similac babies? They be real puffy and big and nose always running, always sick. That milk is no good for them. They need the nourishment that's going to be coming from you, but you got to take care of your body. You got to eat the right thing. Stop eating the fast food. Give yourself a break from fast food. Give yourself a break from the excess sugars and the excess meats. Take that time to nurture your child. That's the first step of nurturing your child, is being able to let them latch on and get that nourishment. Go ahead.
And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned.
Right, the same day that he was weaned. Right? What did it show? He was aging a little bit. He was getting a little bit old. Usually this was around the age anywhere from 3 to 5 when we weaned our children. Anywhere in between 3 and 5. Go ahead.
And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, which she had born unto Abraham, mocking.
Right. Now, Isaac was about, 5? Ishmael was about 16, 17. He was, remember, he was 14 years older than Isaac. If I'm not mistaken, he was 14 years older. I think we did that math when we went back into, we had read that, right? I think he was 14 when he was circumcised, right? Right, he was 14 when Ishmael was circumcised. Go ahead. So he was about 17 in this situation right here. He's about 17 years old. What is he doing? He's mocking. And for what reason? Who knows? He's mocking Isaac. But who was the first mocker? Wasn't it his mama? His mama was mocking. See, I got the kid. What good are you? He learned that from his mom. Go ahead.
Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son.
Right.
For the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac.
Go ahead.
And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son.
Right, it was grievous to him. I'm like, I gotta get rid of my son. Saul was going on like, dang, this nigga is, why is he acting like this? This ain't what I'm raising. This is not the influence that I wanted on my son. This is not the heir to the throne. You know we're dealing with like heirs to the throne here, right? We're dealing with heirs to the throne of righteousness. Remember, Ishmael got, being the firstborn, he got that birthright, but he didn't hold the standard. Just like who? Who didn't hold the standard? Who despised their birthright? Who was it?
Esau.
It was Esau, right? He didn't hold the standard. He was like, man, this birthright don't mean nothing. The meat's more important. Well, you forfeit the birthright, that gets passed on. You see that? So you see the mind of Ishmael. Esau had that mind too. That these things ain't important. I'm not going to hold myself with a standard. I'm not going to carry myself a certain way. Abraham wasn't teaching this dude this. This is what he picked up from his mom. See that Egyptian influence? Go ahead.
And God said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad.
The lad, the young boy, the young man, the lad. He wasn't a child. He was a teenager. And if anything, in these times, he was a grown man. He was looked at as a grown man in these times. He was just a spoiled grown man. Very spoiled. Think about it, you the firstborn. You the firstborn, and Abraham is stupid rich. You got everything at your disposal. Your mama got handmaids. She went from handmaid to housewife. Right? Now she got handmaids. You getting waited on hand and foot. Whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to drink. You got the best of everything. He was spoiled. Now this other kid comes along and now I got to share? Oh, hell no. I ain't with that. Selfish. Selfish old Ishmael. Go ahead.
And because of thy bondwoman, in all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice.
Right.
For in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
Right, because remember, Abraham had seeds, but not seeds many, but the seed, Isaac. Read.
And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation.
Right, I'm going to bless him too, but it ain't going to be as great. I'm going to make him a nation, but he's not going to be as influential righteously. Read.
Because he is thy seed.
Right, I'm going to bless him just because that's your son. Because of because of the name you made, because of the name that David made, I'm going to bless Solomon. Because of David, Solomon's grandchildren was able to get, David's grandson, which was Rehoboam, got what? Judah. That was because of David. That was all because of David. When he rent the kingdom from Solomon, because of David's doings is why Rehoboam got a piece.
Wow.
So David's name went all the way to his second generation, his grandson. Same thing here. Because of you, Abraham, I'll bless him too. Not the blessing, but I'm going to give him a little something. I got you. A little consolation prize, right? I'm going to give him runner up. Go ahead. Because if it was if it was on Ishmael, what if he had gotten? What would he have gotten? If it was about his character, what would he have gotten? He would have gotten the damn thing. He would have got kicked out, and that's that. He wouldn't have got anything if it was about Ishmael's character. This is about Abraham's character and what he was doing. He said it. And the thing with and also 13, and also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. That's the only reason why. Because of you. Go ahead.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread.
Right.
And a bottle of water.
Right.
And gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder.
Right.
And the child, and sent her away.
Look, go figure it out. Like some bread and a bottle of water. Dang. That's for your disgruntledness. That's for your disrespect. Read.
And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba.
Right.
And the water was spent.
Right.
And the water was spent in the bottom, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs.
Right. See, the way it's read, you like, man, she put the poor little baby in the bushes. Nah, she was like, man, go over there. Just, you grown man, go over there and weep. Go over there. Right? This is a grown man. He's supposed to be able to find water. But Ishmael was spoiled. He wasn't, remember, he wasn't a child like we're reading. Like, oh, she took the little baby, put him under the shrubs. No. Read on. Remember, he was 14 when he was circumcised. We have at least, watch. Let's get it real quick. Abraham was 99 years old and 9. Lord appeared and I will make a covenant. So at 99, right? This is 17. Abraham, Lord appeared. Where did he have Ishmael? Right. So in chapter 16, right, is when Hagar found out that she conceived. And in verse, right, and Abraham was 60 years old. 60 years old. He was 86 when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abraham. He was 86. When did he have Isaac? At what age? At 100. That's 14 years, right? 14 years, right? Then she weaned Isaac. Let's just give that 3 years. That makes Ishmael 17 years old. Is that not a grown-ass man? Especially at these times. Rolling with Abraham, you a grown man. He was at least 17. Right? He could have been 19. He was anywhere from 17 to 19 years old. Think about it. So he wasn't a boy. He wasn't a baby. He wasn't 8.
Right. There are some kings that I read at 8.
Oh yeah, we definitely had kings at 8. King Uzziah, he was like 16, he was 8. We had kings that were 8 years old, 9 years old.
Right.
But he wasn't that. He was at least 17. Right. If we're doing the math correctly, right? At least 17. So the way it's reading, you're like, oh, and she cast a child under one of the shrubs. She was like, man, get away from me. Basically.
Right.
Look what you did. You got us kicked out. What kind of mom was she?
It's definitely intense too, because you know Yahweh Shai at 12 years old, when he was stayed back, right? The wisdom that he was in, the wisdom he was in towards his parents, and even as a man, he was like, mother and brother, the ones who are doing the will of my father. You know what I mean? So if even at 17, if Ishmael was walking in wisdom, he'd be like, yo, my bad, let me get myself in order and anything like that. But definitely what Priest Brothers is saying, like this dude was spoiled and acting childish and acting very immature and irresponsible with no accountability. And then crying under the, like, man, I'm gonna just cry here and just die.
The trouble, yeah, I'm gonna just cry and die. You better find you some water. But he was used to everything being brought to him. Right? Read verse 16.
Verse 16. And she went and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said, let me not see the death of the child.
This nigga was acting like he was gonna die.
It's cold.
Go ahead.
And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept.
Right?
And God heard the voice of the lad.
What was Ishmael crying about? I'm thirsty. I'm hungry. Don't let me die. Not like this. Not like this. I'm sorry. He was probably begging. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Lord, forgive me. Right? Mama, dear mama. Go ahead.
It's cold.
Read.
And the angel of God talked to Hagar out of heaven and said unto her,
man,
what aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is.
Mind you, the Most High already said that he was going to be a great nation. Guess what Ishmael didn't have and why he couldn't be dealt with? He ain't had no faith. Now I hit you with this little tidbit. Remember when Abraham went to go sacrifice Isaac?
Right.
Isaac was a grown-ass man too. I believe he was in his 20s. And, you know, when you're reading the Josephus, it tells you that he literally was like, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go for the righteousness' sake. Where Ishmael, he wasn't ready to die for no sake. He wasn't ready to die for his sins, for the things that he did. Look at the character of Isaac compared to Ishmael. Now you see why the righteous line didn't go through Ishmael? Where all they got was 12 princes. That's all you're worthy of. But I'm going to give laws, statutes, commandment, judgment to Isaac and his seed after him. And I'm going to give him all the land. And I'm going to give him the oil and gas. I'm going to give him that stuff too. But you're seeing in the character of men, without being coerced, without being overly convinced, why the Most High dealt with them and used them. It's good, man. So where we at? Who had their hand up? What's that?
It even, like what you're saying regarding Isaac, it was like he was sitting back and he's like, hey, Dad, where's the sacrifice?
Yep.
And then it dawned on him like, ah, man.
That's me.
I am the sacrifice.
Yep. He said, the Lord will provide one. I said, well, if that got to be me, so be it. I'm ready to die. I'll offer myself for righteousness. You know what I mean? So, yeah, bro. A lot of good. You got to dive into these stories deep. Deep.
There's even the one daughter of Jephthah in the book of Judges, where Jephthah made a vow First he didn't come out my house, and this is a woman. This was a sister, the daughter of Zion, just understanding like in the righteousness sake of what was going on, like, all right, take me.
Well,
made a vow.
no. Because on that, nobody knew the vow but him.
Yeah.
Yeah, on that situation where he made a vow that, listen, I'll do this, and the first thing that comes out my house, I'll offer it. His daughter didn't know that he made that vow, so he kind of spoke presumptuously, but he had to go along with the vow that he made. So it showed that he had to keep his vow. Don't just vow things, right? Saul, remember Saul made the vow. Nobody eat until the Philistines are dead. Jonathan eats the honey. He trying to put Jonathan to death. So different lessons there.
Okay.
Yeah. Elijah.
He was 25 years old.
See that? That's what the Josephus says. Now I'm sure we can calculate that in the Bible also. All we do is calculate it, right? They weren't little boys that had no say in what they were doing.
Right.
These were grown men that took accountability, that had to take accountability. Would it be fair? A little 5-year-old's mocking another 2-year-old? That's what kids do. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. When I was a child, I spake as a child. When I became a man, I put away childish things. Ishmael had a man around him. But guess what? He didn't want to put away childish things. So now you got to pay for that. Now you got to deal with the consequences as a man. Ishmael wasn't trying to deal with that, man. He was spoiled. Wow, let's read on.
Verse 18. Arise, lift up the lad.
Right.
And hold him in thy hand.
See the way it's written? Like, hold him in your hands, right? Little baby, hush. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna take you back to dad. No, and then pick his ass up off the ground. That's what that was. Hold him up. Get him up. Show this man some strength, right? Be his mama. That's what that was. Get him up. Get this dude off the ground crying like a little spoiled baby, like a little brat. Go ahead.
For I will make him a great nation.
Yeah, I'm gonna bless him. I already said that. What are y'all crying for? But see, Hagar had no belief, and neither did Ishmael. They had no faith in the Most High.
Right.
It's showing here they were faithless. Go ahead.
And God opened her eyes.
Right.
And she saw a well of water.
Yeah, you sitting there crying, and the water's over there. All you had to do was look. It didn't say the well of water appeared out of nowhere. Right? Hagar, turn to the left. Oh, wow. Damn, there goes some water right there. What the hell are we crying for? Go ahead.
And she went and filled the bottle with water. And gave the lad drink.
Man, a mother's love. She babied this dude all the way to she couldn't baby him no more. Go ahead.
And God was with the lad.
You see that? And even then, the Most High was still with Ishmael to an extent. Read.
And he grew and dwelt in the wilderness.
Right.
And became an archer.
An archer. Yep. He was good with the bow.
Sharp, yeah.
Bow, right? He was a wild man. He said he would be a wild man. His brothers would be against him.
And he is right now today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ishmael, they wild as hell, bro. They are wild as hell. Go ahead.
And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. And his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt.
Ooh. Go ahead.
And it came to pass at the time that
Abimelech
and
Michal,
the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest.
Where do you end? 21 and 34. Keep going.
Okay.
Yep.
Now therefore swear unto me here by God that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein that has
sojourned, right? Go ahead.
And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved
Abimelech
because of a well of water which Abimelech's servant had violently taken away.
Right. See those wells. You had those wells and those waters, man. Those those were part of your riches. That was part of your estate. So Abimelech, right, his men, they took away from Abraham one of the wells of water. You control that water. You already know. You can water the camels. You can water the fields. You can water yourselves. Drinking water, all those good things. Go ahead.
And Abimelech said, I wot not who has done this thing.
I didn't know who did this. Go ahead.
Neither did thou tell me.
Right.
Neither yet heard I of it. But today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to them unto Abimelech.
Right.
And both of them made a covenant.
Go ahead.
And Abraham set 7 lamps of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what mean these 7 lamps which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, for these 7 lamps shalt thou take from my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called the place Beersheba, because there they swear both of them.
Right.
Thus they made a covenant of Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up and he called the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistine land many days. Right.
Y'all see that? So this is Abraham being diplomatic. Remember, strive, if at all possible, seek peace with all men. He didn't go to war with Abimelech. He would have destroyed them. He would have wiped them out. But he didn't go to war with them. He said, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make a covenant. I'm going to set these ewe lambs to show that I dig the well. My lambs, my animals are here watering. You don't send your people to take anything, and they should know. You let them know, this is my land. This is my well. They agree, like men, right? Abimelech went his way. Abraham kept doing his thing. It said he dwelt in the land of the Philistines many days. What is it? Next reader. Boom. But nine. Then you. Can you? Benaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Banya Shala. I might. Barak.
Yahawah Hashem, Yahawah Shabbat.
Yahawah Hashem, Yahawah Shabbat. Oh, Abimelech. I didn't know that they took your land. Nobody told me nothing. You don't know what's going on in your kingdom, bro? A wise man knoweth the estate of his flock. You don't know what men are doing in your name? They're causing havoc. They could have started a war. And you mean to tell me Abimelech wouldn't have known that? But remember, he was scary anyway, because he knew that the Most High would have rained down fire on his ass if he would have touched Abraham. If he would have tried to go to war with Abraham. But Abraham was smart too. You know, it is showing you that everything is not a situation of war. Remember, this happened with him and Lot, where they strove over the land, not necessarily a well, but the land. And what did he say? He said, listen, you figure it out. You will go here, I'm going to go here. You go here, I go here, you go there. Let's deal with things in a way where we don't have to war and fight. Here comes Abimelech, and he brings down the captain of his host. Right? Like, what you bringing him for? What you bringing this guy for? The captain of your host. What, you Trying to show a little bit of little muscle. Abraham was like, listen, bro, let's make it easy. You don't want these problems.
That definitely makes sense. You remember when this Iran thing or this happened, and this was when Donald Trump was still in the office before he got voted out. But he went on TV making an appearance, and he had like all the generals with him.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah. Oh, and they were saying that they never ever had a general at this type of meeting before. Mm-hmm. It's a show of power. Mm-hmm. I'll bring my general, bring the captain of the host. For what? It just shows you, man, men's minds. And Abraham wasn't on that. He wasn't on wartime. Time for all things, you know? So he was like, how can we deal with this and be respectful towards each other and not have perpetual war? I mean, you know what Abraham remembered? That he was in their land. First of all, he's in the land of Philistine. He's in the Philistine land. That's where he was. So, if at all possible, be at peace with all men. He had to make peace. Remember, he had children to think about now. He had all the people around him, those servants. He had all them people to think about. He ain't had time for war, man. He ain't had time to do things the way men want to do things. Let me bring my captain, you bring your captain, we bring our army, we do a Cold War. Abraham wasn't on that. Could he have went to war? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And more than likely he would have won that war. So where we at? Genesis 22:1, you're reading the 24.
Genesis chapter 22, verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Jireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, said the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazel, and Pildash, and Jidlah, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother.
Remember, Milcah was Lot's sister. Milcah was Lot's sister, so he was getting word that his niece, right? Because Lot was his nephew. He was getting word Milcah, his niece, bare children to who? To Nahor. Nahor was who? Abraham's brother. You see that? So his brother took his niece. This was way back when you read Genesis 11. It gives you that lineage. You see that? It gives you that genealogy, and it gives you who took who. Go ahead.
And his, verse 24, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she bare also Tebah, and Gaham, and Dahash, and Ma'akah.
Go ahead. Well, you're reading to
That was it.
24 on what? Oh. Oh, it's a verse 24. Right. Okay.
And then you go to 2 Kings.
Yeah, 2 Kings chapter 4. I mean, any questions on that? We understand that part, right? Abraham, he went to take Isaac to sacrifice him. I mean, again, put yourself in the mind. What type of mind you got to be in? You sent one son off. You don't know what came about him. You know he's going to be blessed, but then the one that the blessing is supposed to come through, the sacrifice. For most, that's a rock and a hard place. For Abraham, it was, I can't disobey the Most High. He'll make a way. If he brought me this far, you just got to think about it. It's easy. It's easy to conceptualize. If he brought me to the point where I didn't have any kids and he gave me one, 2, couldn't he give me more? And what is it showing us? The things that we try to hold dear to us, if we're not ready to relinquish them, the Most High is he can take it anyway.
That was tremendous faith by
Abraham. Yeah, there's a level of faith that had to be there, a level of hope and belief that, wait a minute, if I do go through with this thing, that the Most High can always restore. He can always restore me. And in being willing, look, you didn't have to go through the whole process of being restored. The Most High was like, I see where you're at. I see your mind. All right, so let's go to Kings. 2 Kings 4 and 6.
2 Kings chapter 4, verse 1.
4 and 1, yeah.
Now there cried a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets unto Elisha,
Right.
saying, Thy servant, my husband, is dead, and thou knowest that thy servant did fear the Lord. And the creditor is come to take unto him my 2 sons to be bondmen.
And that was in the law, right? What would we do? We would, if we have to pay a debt, you could take, you would give up people for that debt. So this woman is like, wait a minute, they coming to take my sons. I can't have that. I need help. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And Elisha said unto her, What shall I do for thee? Tell me, what hast thou in the house? And she said, Thine handmaid hath not anything in the house save a pot of oil.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said, Go, borrow thee vessels abroad of all thy neighbors, even empty vessels. Borrow not a few. And when thou art come in, thou shalt shut the door upon thee and upon thy sons, and shalt pour out unto all the vessels, and thou shalt set aside that which is full. So she went from him, and shut the door upon her and upon her sons, who brought the vessels to her, and she poured out. And it came to pass, when the vessels were full, that she said unto her son, Bring me yet a vessel. And he said unto her, There is not a vessel more, and the oil stayed.
2 Kings chapter 4 verse 7. Then she came and told the man of God, and he said, Go, sell the oil, and pay thy debt, and live thy children of the rest. And it fell on a day that Elisha passed to Shunem, where was a great woman, and she constrained him to eat bread. And so it was, that as oft as he passed by, he turned in thither to eat bread. Verse 9. And she said unto her husband, Behold now, I perceive that this is the holy man of the Most High, which passeth by us continually. Let us make a little chamber, I pray thee, on the wall, and let us set for him there a bed, and a table, and a stool, and a candlestick. And it shall be, when he cometh to us, that he shall turn in thither. And it fell on a day that he came thither, and he turned into the chamber and lay there. And he said to Gehazi, his servant, Call this Shunammite. And when he had called her, she stood before him. He said unto him, Say now unto her, Behold, thou hast been careful for us with all this care.
Mm-hmm.
What is it to be done for thee? Wouldst thou be spoken for to the king, or to the captain of the host? And she answered, I dwell among my own people. And he said, What then is to be done for her? And Gehazi answered, Verily she hath no child, and her husband is old. And he said, Call her. And when he had called her, she stood in the door. And he said, About this season, according to the time of life, thou shalt embrace a son. And she said, Nay, my lord, thou man of God, do not lie unto thy own handmaid.
Ain't this basically what Sarah was dealing with? Like, that ain't gonna happen. Right? But what did the Most High do? Well, he was able to shut up the wombs of the Philistines, of Elimelech, and then reopen them. You know, and then you're going through, we're going through this Kings, and what are we reading? Well, how did one thing of oil multiply into enough oil to pay off debt and then live off of? Right? Mm-hmm. Well, how did Yahweh turn water into wine? Right? It said that was his first miracle, right? There are miracles. Elisha, I think we're going to read down, he brought somebody back to life. Right? Isn't that what Yahweh was doing? See, the thing is, they look at I love the Old Testament because it gives us the first examples of these things being done. So that way, when Yahweh comes and he's doing these things, it's not like, oh, wait a minute, we ain't never heard of that or seen that done before.
Right.
People were getting brought back to life. Elisha did it, right? Fire was being called down from heaven. Elijah did it. Miracles were happening. The prophets, wherever they went, miracles happened. Righteous men. Think about when Joseph went into Egypt and saved the world from famine. That was a miracle. Smarts, right? But it was a miracle. Without him, bro, the world is, they die of starvation. Wherever we went, we were able to do things for the people. Right now, the Shunammite, who knows who the Shunammite were? That was Issachar. The Shunammite were Issacharites. It was a town in, yeah, yeah, the Shunammite, they were Issachar. Like Abishag, the one that they brought to David to keep the bed warm.
See,
senor. She was an Issacharite. Right? He wasn't saying see. Right? She was saying shalom. Right? She was saying Khan. Khan, me Lord. Khan out of one. Bed warm on it. But that was a city. That was an Issacharite city in Palestine. You see that? So all Elisha, he was paying back these good things that people were doing towards him. It says you give a prophet a cup of water, you get a prophet's reward. These people made a whole house, not a house, but a dwelling for him. Right? Let's get him a bed, let's get him a nightstand, a little candle stand, right? Let's hook him up. When he passed by, you can be company. Little nook in the wall, right? What can I do for you? Well, we ain't got no kids. Well, you don't have a kid. Not so, me Lord, right? They didn't believe it. But all they do is go back into the history, go back into her history and understand, wait a minute, Abraham and Sarah. The Most High did it for them. Why not for me? Right? Look at the men of old and who was forsaken that called upon the Lord. Right? Ecclesiastes, the 2nd chapter, right? It said, look at the men of old. Who was forsaken that called upon the Lord? None. What man did he despise that was righteous? None. Right? So go ahead, read on.
Verse 17. And the woman conceived and bare a son at the season that Elisha had said unto her, according to the time of life. And when the child was grown, it fell on a day that he went out to his father to the reapers. And he said unto his father, my head, my head. And he said to a lad, carry him to his mother. And we had taken him and brought him to his mother. He sat on her knees till noon and then died. And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God, and shut the door upon him and went out. Verse 22. And she called unto her husband and said, send me, I pray thee, one of the young men and one of the asses, that I may run to the man of God and come again. And he said, wherefore wilt thou go to him today? It is neither new moon nor Sabbath. And she said, it shall be well. Then she saddled an ass and said to her servant, drive and go forward. Slack not thy riding for me, except I bid thee. So she went and came unto the man of God to Mount Carmel. And it came to pass, when the man of God saw her afar off, that he said to Gehazi his servant, behold, yonder is that Shunammite. Run now, I pray thee, to meet her, and say unto her, is it well with thee? Is it well with thy husband? Is it well with thy child? And she answered, it is well. And when she came to the man of God to the hill, she caught him by the feet. But Gehazi came near to thrust her away. And the man of God said, let her alone, for her soul is vexed within her, and the Lord hath hid it from me, and hath not told me. Then she said, did I desire a son of my Lord? Did I not say, do not deceive me? And he said to Gehazi, gird up thy loins, and take my staff in thy hand, and go thy way. If thou meet any man, salute him not, and if any salute thee, answer him not again, and lay my staff upon the face of the child. And the mother of the child said, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, I will not leave thee. And he arose and followed her. And Gehazi passed on before them, and laid the staff upon the face of the child, but there was neither voice nor hearing. Wherefore he went again to meet him, and told him, saying, the child is not awake. And when Elisha was come into the house, behold, the child was dead and laid upon his bed. He went therefore and shut the door upon them twain, and prayed unto the Lord. And he went up and lay upon the child. And he put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes, and his hands upon his hands. And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm. Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro, and went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes.
Y'all see that? So Elisha brought this child back to life. I mean, you go to the New Testament, isn't that what was happening? Yahushua was restoring people back to health. I'm trying to think of, there was a story. Wasn't there the woman that was dead in the house? They lowered her through the house. Am I mixing my stories up? It was a man.
That was a child.
Yeah, I'm mixing my stories up. There were instances in the New Testament that this happened too. People were being brought back to life. Right? But it happened in this time so that it wouldn't be some weird thing going forward. Right? And the Most High was showing who his spirit was riding with. His spirit was riding with Elisha. His spirit was riding with Christ. You see that? So that when Yahushua rose up from the dead through that same spirit, it wasn't some weird thing. Because it wasn't.
Because I read one there, what you talking about in the New Testament, where they were saying the child was dead. They said the child was not dead, it's only sleeping.
Right. Yep. Right. Go from there. Where we going? Oh, I gotta read on. Let me read on. 36. And he called Gehazi and said, "Call the Shunammite." So he called her, and when she came in unto him, he said, "Take up thy son." Then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed herself to the ground and took up her son and went out. Right? What am I reading? 37? Right. So let's go over to Luke real quick, 17.
That was a righteous Israelite.
Yeah, the righteous Israelite woman. Didn't you really ask a question about that? Yeah. That was a while back. Like, righteous is, well, here it is. Yeah. They were righteous women. She was a righteous woman with a righteous husband. It was her idea to, let's build something for him. He's passing by, let's set him up in a little room. Yeah. And what did he do? He gave her a baby, then he died, and he restored the baby. The grown man, never said when the child was grown, he went out to the field and was talking about his head. So this was a grown man that died and they brought back to life. Luke 17, right? I remember you had asked that. Like, righteous Issacharite women?
Yeah, if there are any righteous Issacharite women that just really know really about Job.
Right, well, here's the Shunammite. Right? Abishag was righteous. She did her job. She kept David warm. Luke 17:28. Luke 17, let's see here, verse 17. Almost done there with time flew. It's already 3. Wow. Luke 17 and verse 28. Likewise, also as it was in the days of Lot, they drank, they bought, they sold, they planted, they built it. The days of Lot, Sodom and Gomorrah, right? But the same day that Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven and destroyed them all. Even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed. So in the days of Noah, in the days of Lot, they were the same. In that day, he which shall be upon the housetop, and his stuff in the house, let him not come down to take it away. You ain't got time for that. Don't look back. You ain't got time to look back at that stuff.
Thank you.
And he that is in the field, let him likewise not return back. Remember Lot's wife. Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it. And whoever shall lose his life shall preserve it. Lot's wife wasn't ready to lose her life, the old life. I tell you, in that night there shall be 2 men in one bed. One shall be taken, the other shall be left. 2 women shall be grinding together. One shall be taken, the other left. Now, this is not homosexuality grinding.
Of course not.
Grinding at the mill, right? Kneading troughs, things like that. 2 men in the bed, that wasn't uncommon, right? You did it with your little cousin when you both laid in the bed, head to foot, right? There was nothing gay about it. Remember, everything ain't got no gay. Don't put a gay spin on everything.
Thank you.
Not y'all, but this is how they try to use the Bible. Like, see, there's gay things in the Bible.
Right.
No, there wasn't. It wasn't that type of grinding. Okay? 2 women, 2 men shall be in the field, one shall be taken, the other left. And they answered and said to him, Where, Lord? And he answered and said, Wheresoever the body is, thither will the eagles be gathered. So, because how do you know there's death? When them eagles start circling, when them vultures circle.
Right.
That's where. Right? They're like, give us a location. No, look, just look up. When the eagles circle, that's where you know it's going to be at. Those are the signs. All right? So, let's jump to Judith. Judith 14 real quick. So we already know in Judith, she already beheaded Holofernes, right? Cut off his dome. Sent it around to Israel. They all blessing her. Yay, you the best. Girl, you special. You righteous. Right? You are a champion. She's giving the credit to the Most High. So Judith, the 14th chapter, 1st verse. Then said Judith unto them, Hear me now, my brethren, and take this head and hang it upon the highest place of your walls. And so soon as the morning shall appear, the sun shall come forth upon the earth. Take ye every one his weapons, and go forth every valiant man out of the city, and set ye a captain over them, as though you would go down into the field towards the watch of the Assyrians. Go, but go not down. Then they shall take their armor and shall go into their camp, and raise up the captains of the army of Ashur, and they shall run to the tent of Holofernes. Chapter 14.
Okay.
I'm at verse 3. And they shall run to the tent of Holofernes, but they shall not find him. Then fear shall fall upon them, and they shall flee before your face. So ye and all that inhabit the coast of Israel shall pursue them and overthrow them as they go down. But before ye do these things, call me a Chior, the Ammonite, that he may see and know him that despised the house of Israel, and that sent him to us, as it were to his death. Then they called a Chior out of the house of Ozias. And when he was come and saw the head of Holofernes in a man's hand in the assembly of the people, he fell down on his face, and his spirit failed. But when they had recovered him, he fell at Judith's feet and reverenced her and said, Blessed art thou in all the tabernacle of Judah. Judah. And in all the nations which hearing thy name shall be astonished. Now therefore tell me all the things that thou hast done in these days. That Judith declared unto him in the midst of the people all that she had done, from the day that she went forth until that hour she spake unto them. And when she had left off speaking, the people shouted with a loud voice, and made a joyful noise in their city. And when Achior had seen all that the Most High, the power of Israel, had done, he believed in the Most High greatly, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and was joined unto the house of Israel unto this day. What nation was he? Let's see here. Oh, he was Ammonite, right. Ammon. Right. And as soon as the morning arose, they hanged the head of Holofernes upon the wall. And every man took his weapons, and they went forth by bands unto the straits of the mountains. But when the Assyrians saw them, they sent to their leaders, which came to their captains and tribunes, and every one of their rulers. So they came to Holofernes' tent, and said unto him that he had the charge of all his things. Waken now, our Lord, for the slaves have been bold to come down against us to battle, that they may be utterly destroyed. Then went Bagoas and knocked at the door of the tent, for he thought that he had slept with Judith. But because none answered, he opened it and went in unto the bedchamber, and found him cast upon the floor dead, and his head was taken from him. Therefore he cried with a loud voice, with weeping, sighing, a mighty cry, and rent his garments. After he went into the tent where Judith lodged, and when he found her not, he leaped out to the people and cried, These slaves have dealt treacherously. One woman of the Hebrews have brought shame upon the house of King Nebuchadnezzar. Behold, Holofernes lieth upon the ground without a head. When the captains of the Assyrian army heard these words, they rent their clothes, and their minds were wonderfully troubled. And there was a cry and a very great noise throughout the camp. I can tell you how. It's 2 more chapters, so we'll finish it next week. Any questions on the reading? Lot. The child. Sis is giving them the business. Yep. The child of sickness. Samara, what are you asking? The child of sickness. What point were we at? The child of sickness. Yeah. Let it rain. Samara, what were you asking? Yeah, Judith was dope, man. We'll wait for Samara. You got questions on the reading, off the reading? Anything off the reading? No? Read. Let's wait to see if she... That was at 3:20. What were we reading at? Were we reading Judith at 3? When you were saying that Christ did something similar, I think. Right, I was trying to find the instance. Let's see here. Right. There were so many instances where Yahushua was healing people. They're all getting bunched up in my head. That's the problem. Yeah. Let's see here. There's so many instances, man. Yeah, I'm going to mix up the different stories. Let's see. Yeah, it was go to Luke real quick. Luke 8:52. Go to Luke 8:49. Just another example. Luke 8 and verse 49 of the story that we read in Elisha. In 2 Kings 4. Read that.
Luke chapter 8 verse 49.
Right.
While he yet spake, there comes one from the ruler of the synagogue house, saying to him, Thy daughter is dead. Trouble not the master.
Right. Read on.
Oh, okay. But when Jesus heard it, he answered him, saying, Fear not, believe only, and she shall be made whole.
Right, have faith, and she'll be made whole. Go ahead.
And when he came into the house, he suffered no man to go in, save Peter and James and John and the father and the mother of the maiden. And all wept and bewailed her. But he said, Weep not, she is not dead,
Right.
but sleepeth.
Right.
And they laughed him to scorn, knowing that she was dead. And he put them all out and took her by the hand and called, saying, Maid, arise. And her spirit came again, and she arose straightway, and he commanded to give her meat. And her parents were astonished, but he charged them that they should tell no man what was done.
Right. You see that? Brought a child back to life. So, not something strange that was happening. Alright? Oh, you see, Christ came and did his own thing. Nah, Elisha was doing it too. Elijah was doing it too. Great men were doing great things in the spirit. And remember, Yahushua was the culmination of all those things. He was the lead up to everything. You see that? So, yeah. I'm going to put this in the line. The brother Ash. Wow. Alright. Anything online? In Second Ezra, what is the meaning of the word cousin? Second Ezra 3 and 7. Dark Bernard, Shalom, bro. Second Ezra 3 and 7. Read that.
Second Ezra, chapter 3, verse 7. And unto him thou gavest commandment to love thy way, which he transgressed, and immediately thou appointed death in him.
Wait, Second Ezra 3 and 7? That's where you're at?
Yes.
Read. What is the meaning of the word cousin? 3 and 7. No, I don't think the word cousin is in there. Let's go to 2 Ezra 4 and 42. Maybe, or like as a woman that travaileth make a haste. Huh? I'm not. What is the meaning of the word cousin? And then you gave us these two scriptures, but that word is not in there. That word is not in there. We go to Luke. We go to Luke 1, 36. Right. When you look up the word cousin, in Luke 1:36, it said Elizabeth was Mary's cousin, of the same kin, related by blood, in a wider sense of the same nation, a fellow countryman. Extension, a fellow countryman, cousin, kin, a relative.
Because he meant first Ezra.
He meant First Ezra?
Correct.
First Ezra's what?
He only put first Ezra.
Gadard, what scripture are you referring to, my brother? Sorry, First Ezra 3 and 7? Okay, what does that say?
It reads, First Ezra chapter 3, verse 7. And he shall sit next to.
Okay, so we'd have to go through the whole chapter to understand what that's talking about. Let me get there real quick. First Ezra 3 and 7. First Ezra 3. I mean, Problems. Cousins. Close. Right, so, okay, first of the 3 says, he shall sit next to Darius because of his wisdom and shall be called Darius, his cousin. And her neighbors and her cousins heard how the Lord had showed great mercy upon her. Oh, my cousin, Elizabeth. The angel said to the young man, brother, today we shall lodge with thy brother, who is thy cousin. He also hath only one daughter. And Raguel said to the end of my life, look how like this young man. Cousin. I mean, cousins as we know them was what? The children of a brother and a sister. Right.
He put on the chat, he said first Ezra 3 and 7.
Right. Right. Now, this is the thing. When you go, like when you look up the word cousin in the Old Testament, it doesn't pop anything up. You see that? It is only, that's a word that popped up in the New Testament. But like I said, we know cousins as the children of brothers and sisters. That's what we know as cousins. So if you talk about, let's define the word, what does it mean? In a general sense, one related more remotely than a brother or sister, but appropriately the son or daughter of an uncle or an aunt. The children of brothers and sisters, being usually denominated cousins or cousin Germans. Second generation, they are called second cousins. So you have second cousins, like we're 2 brothers. Our kids would be cousins. Their kids would be second cousins. Or my second cousins. No, not my second cousins. Their kids would be second cousins. Title given by a king. Check this out. A title given by a king to a nobleman, particularly to those of the council, cousin. So, what was that? First Ezra 3 and 7? Now when Darius prayed, and he made great feasting to all the subjects and unto all the household, to all the princes of Media, Persia, to all the governors, captains, lieutenants, women, India, Ethiopia. And when they had eaten and drinking, being satisfied, and gone home, then Darius the king went into his bedchamber and slept. Then 3 young men that were of the guard, right? Let every one of us speak. We shall overcome. We shall be seen wise. Just for speed reading. Right. So when you read this, the 3 men came to give Darius a discourse on what? What was more powerful? Women, the king, wine. Right? And they basically said, whoever has a stronger argument, you're going to give them a title as a cousin. Right? So when we look at the definition, check this out. The definition said a title given to a nobleman. They wanted to be known as the king's cousin, right? Even though they weren't kin to the king, they wanted to be known as a nobleman to the king. That's all it was. When you got to just read this story. Because this is the story.
Let every one of us speak a sentence.
Right.
He that shall overcome.
He that has the best wisdom. Go ahead.
And whose sentence shall seem wiser than the other.
Right.
Unto him shall the king Darius give great gifts.
Shall give great gifts. Go ahead.
And great things in token of victory.
Go ahead.
As to be clothed in purple.
So to be clothed in purple, read.
To drink in gold.
To drink it out of gold cups, go ahead.
And to sleep upon gold.
Golden pillows on the bed, read.
And a chariot with bridles of gold.
Bridles of gold on the chariots. Go ahead.
And the head tire.
Think about that. The bridle is what you put in the horse's mouth. They wanted the bridle of what they put in the horse's mouth to be of gold. These niggas was covetous. Go ahead.
And the head tire of fine linen.
Right.
And a chain about his neck.
Right. I want a chain. I need to look prestigious. But not only do I want these things, I want a title. Go ahead.
And he shall sit next to Darius,
right,
because of his wisdom.
Go ahead.
And shall be called Darius his cousin.
Right. You see that? And be called the cousin of Darius. That's my cousin in them. Ain't that what you always say with a family member? Like, man, that's my cousin in them. That's my play cousin. We use that now. Like, that's my cousin. That's your real cousin. Now, we ain't got the same auntie. You know, my mom ain't his brother. My mom and his dad ain't brother and sister, but that's my cousin. What is that? When we use that, what are we using that for? Don't mess with him, right? That's my family. That's my close kin. That's my kinfolk. Yeah. It's the same thing. So it tells us here, a title given by a king to noblemen. So that's all they wanted. They wanted a noble title from Darius. That's what it meant. That's what it meant. What else we got?
Samara had said, what would be some good books to study in the Bible?
I've
been kind of struggling on where to read to. I got done Proverbs, and I want to know others I should study.
I always like Samuel, man. Start in Samuel, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel. Start learning about David. Start learning about Saul. You see, Kings is a good book, right? I mean, really, to be honest, the older I get, it's all good.
Thank you.
The older I get, I'm like, man, I have my books of preference that just spark my mind, but it all sparks the mind. And the more you branch out into the books, like Judith is a good book. We're reading that. Tobit is a good book to read. If you just want some like really good precepts, a really good story, something very heartwarming, Tobit is a real good story. You're asking the wrong person, what's a good book? They all good. Jump into Samuel, read about David, read about Eli, his sons. Those are good books, man. Very, very, they hold your interest. I mean, you read Proverbs, so you should get Wisdom of Solomon. Ecclesiastes. You literally have to read over and over and over and over to get that good understanding. But start with Joshua. Start with Joshua. You've been riding with the Sabbath classes for a while now, sis. So now jump into Joshua and see how Joshua was rolling. Gideon and all these stories. There's some real good stories. Esther, the book of Esther. Read that the other day. Ugh. Very good book. So, yeah. What else? That it? Con?
Done.
Con. Alright. Well, alright, I imagine. Remember, we got Hanukkah coming up. 27th of November. That's a Saturday night at sundown. We'll be observing the feast. So, whatever we do, we'll let y'all know. Obviously, that way, if you're in town, local, if you want to show up, pull up for that night, you could be included. We're going to start prepping for this Passover. So, Passover is going to be here in Houston. Start getting your money for travel. Start getting your garment money together. Right? Remember, just go off of last year. You have to travel. You have to get a garment. So start setting aside a little shaqual for that. That way you're not caught off guard or trying to, last minute, man. It's just, last minute stuff is whack. The more advanced in time you could do things, the better. It's going to be here in Houston. It's going to be, where did we have it last year? Right. In San Antonio. So it's going to be here in Houston. We're hosting. So start making your hotel accommodations for the Southwest side. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Southwest ride. Right? Right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Babakashah.
Babakashah.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aita.
Aita.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'eka'ala.
Ma'eka'ala.
Ha.
Ha.
Wa.
Wa.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Excuse me. Wa.
Wa.
Ha.
Ha.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Two.
Two.
Shemar'al.
Shemar'al.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Barak.
Barak.
Izar.
Izar.
Magun.
Magun.
Samak.
Samak.
Yasharala.
Yasharala.
Babakashah.
Babakashah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
And much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
Much charity.
Much charity.
And spiritual powers.
Spiritual powers.
Forgive us of our sins.
Forgive us of our sins.
And send your son.
And send your son.
Yahweh Shai quickly.
Yahweh Shai quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
No. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
A war. La Ra'ah.
La Ra'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
La Kwara'ah.
La Kwara'ah.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayath.
Zayath.
La Mashath.
La Mashath.
Yasharala.
Yasharala. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Anyone wants to be anointed afterwards, we can do so. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
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 To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto
To
Yahweh.
sing praises unto thy name.
To sing praises unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou.
For thou.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A British man knoweth not.
A British man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand
When the
this.
wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do
It
flourish.
is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh, are most high forever no more.
Are most high forevermore.
From all thine enemies.
From all thy enemies.
O Yahweh, from all thine enemies shall perish.
From all thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn.
Shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oils.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
The desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Amen.
Amen.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Amalawat.
Amalawat.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Naayam.
Naayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Achim.
Achim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Pardon me, I'm trying to do this from my mind without reading the paper. Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Paya.
Paya.
Madawafiwa.
Madawafiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haram1.
Haram1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hararya.
Hararya.
Tazaya1.
Tazaya1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Chayayam.
Chayayam.
Ha'aiwalam.
Ha'aiwalam.
Amen.
Amen. This is Psalms chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
What Yahweh?
What Yahweh?
For another Sabbath.
For another Shabbat.
For another day.
For another day.
To serve you.
To serve you.
We thank you.
We thank you.
For giving us the opportunity.
For giving us the opportunity.
To gather in your name.
To gather in your name.
To gather in righteousness.
To gather in righteousness.
To fulfill your will.
To fulfill your will.
To fulfill our promise.
To fulfill our promise.
We thank you.
We thank you.
For preserving us.
For preserving us.
For removing us from evil.
For removing us from evil.
We thank you.
We thank you.
For removing sickness.
For removing sickness.
Of the mind.
Of the mind.
Of the body.
Of the body.
Of the flesh.
Of the flesh.
From us.
From us.
We thank you.
We thank you.
For your strength.
For your strength.
For your exhortation.
For your exhortation.
For your chastisement.
For your chastisement.
For your word.
For your word.
For your spirit.
For your spirit.
We thank you.
We thank you.
For the mind.
For the mind.
To comprehend.
To comprehend.
The good and evil.
The good and evil.
And to choose good.
And to choose good.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman. Aman. Let's circle up.
Did you?
Alright. This guy wanted to be up here to get the real salute up. Call it.
Men of Israel, I might Barak.
Yahweh
Hashem Yahushai Barakatoh. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael.
You got your matah? Turn and face the sisters. Sisters, please rise. Madam Shabbat. Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, I might Barak.
Yahweh Shema Atan Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. What's up, fatty? What's up, fatty?
Chilling up in the kingdom, chilling with Yahushua and all the